after June. we now recognize that birds are dinosaurs, what I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to see all of you here today. I'm glad you could join me. We're gonna have a fun stream. Not only is it Thursday Birds Day, but we've got some cool fossil science news to cover as well. Also, our interview with Dave Verricchio, my old undergrad advisor, about Troodon, we've pushed that back until next Friday. I did drop the ball a little bit on notifying him early enough about this. This is going to give us a little bit of extra time to prepare, and maybe I can even get that illustration done for him as a thank you before the Zoom call that we do on Friday. So anyway, I'm excited about that. It's going to be really good. Anyway, if anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist, as you hopefully know already, is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Paleontology is, again, the study of fossils in general. Everything from fossil plankton to fossil whales. I work on the dinosaurs, though. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in scientific journals. Dinosaurs are what I present on at scientific conferences, what I talk about here on Twitch, and what I dig up during the summers. And during those summers, Sweetie Pie always misses me while I'm off in the Badlands digging up dinosaurs and streaming it. I'm really excited to do much more fieldwork, hopefully, this next year, in 2025, but yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit. Hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? So she knows exactly when I start streaming. She's just gonna come over and be front and center. You're just the star of the show, Sweetie Pie. You really are. Well, hang on.
Hello. The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
And Dyson Dinosaur, well, thank you for the raid, Dyson Dinosaur. I hope you're having an excellent day. I hope you had an excellent stream. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How did things go, Filippo? I hope they were really good. Welcome back. Yeah, nice to see you again too, Dyson Dinosaur, and Happy New Year to you as well. We were planning on interviewing my old undergrad advisor, Dave Verricchio, on today's stream, but we've postponed that until next week. So next Friday, we're doing an interview about Troodon with Dave Verricchio. So I thought you would be interested in that, Filippo. It's going to be pretty cool. Yeah. We're starting off the year strong, I hope, with going to be doing some regular scientist interviews. Hopefully about one every week or so. Anyway, we ought to organize something like that soon, Filippo, if you'd be cool with that. If anybody here is not yet following Dyson Dinosaur, you are missing out. He is, as far as I know, Twitch's only other dinosaur paleontologist. And go for Fluffernut, thank you.
70 million year old dinosaur egg.
Thank you for the 20 months of support. Appreciate you. That kid. Thank you, Fluff. I appreciate very much your ongoing support. Thank you for the Prime. That is wonderful. Isn't that wonderful, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Critical Role... Oh, wait. Dyson Dinosaur. Oh, you lost me. I'm not sure I know what that is. Sweetie Pie. What are you doing? Anywho, yeah, on today's stream we're going to be talking about some fossil news. There's a dinosaur that we failed to cover last week because of the holidays and everything else going on. We had Fishmas, and then we had a bunch of days off for Christmas, and the last dinosaur named in 2024 we didn't get to talk about yet. Archaeocursor, a little ornithischian dinosaur from China. We're going to be talking about that critter. And we'll also be covering this news on these enormous fossil footprints, or rather, I don't know if the footprints themselves are particularly big, but I think the trackway is long. The UK, the biggest dinosaur trackway ever found in the United Kingdom. We'll be covering that too. Snail Chaser, how are you doing, Sweetie Pie? It's Snail Chaser. Hey, look who it is.
Tradoon.
Yeah. Snail Chaser used to be Sweetie Pie's person. And now Sweetie Pie lives here, but Snail Chaser had to move. Snail Chaser, it's good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. And the beginning of every stream, Sweetie Pie jumps up on the desk because she knows it's time for treats. So let's make that happen for her, huh? Ooh, yeah, dental treats. Let's get them. Let's get them. There we go. Look at those. Yeah. Hey, right here. There you go. Yeah, crunch them up, crunch them up. Oh man, what a bounty. Anyway, it's wonderful to have everybody here. Wonderful to have everybody here. We're going to go over our schedule in a little bit. Talk about upcoming streams, a few changes in scheduling. And I got to pick a day off for next week because with our Dave Verricchio interview on Friday, that means I'll be streaming on Friday when I normally don't. So we'll pick a day for me to take off, maybe Monday, in order to work on science stuff and behind-the-scenes stream stuff and all of that. Spend more time with Sweetie Pie. Yeah. But yeah. And routine. Cats love routines that include treats. It's true, Miss Capri Kel. It is true. Sweetie Pie's a big fan of routines. She likes when things are predictable, I would say. How's everybody doing so far? It is our second day of the new year, January 2nd, 2025. How's 2025 treating everybody so far? It seems to be treating Sweetie Pie pretty well. Look, you left a treat there. Again, yesterday, just as a bit of a recap, we went over some New Year's resolutions for 2025. And they include the following. Have consistent guest appearances. We were supposed to be doing our first one of those today, but I think it's good that we're postponing, actually. Resume dinosaur deep dives. This is something that people have been clamoring for a while. During our big viewer survey, this was something that kept coming up again and again. We want dinosaur deep dives back, so we'll be doing that again very soon. Before the month is out, I think we will continue our dinosaur deep dives. Yeah, kind of have a weekly concept. A term that we can talk about that kind of weaves its way into the stuff that we talk about throughout each week. This still needs a little bit of work, but I'm excited to get it started. New previously recorded Danny videos are something that I'm going to do in 2025. It's a resolution. Visit Denver and Liz in North Dakota and stream from there, and also finally get that Spinosaur paper submitted for publication. That would be the main impetus for going to North Dakota. I can sit down with Denver for maybe a couple evenings and just get that paper done so we can get it submitted for publication after years and years of it being something I've been working on, you know. We'll see if we can get Twitch ambassador status. This is something that I applied for a while ago, and I think that would be a boon for our mission of science outreach here on Twitch. So we'll see what the Twitch folks think about that, and maybe I'll be hearing back about it soon. Who knows? Delivering multiple exhibits to the Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont. I'm currently 3D printing more of our Tyrannosaurus skull, a life-size adult T-Rex skull. That's just one of the exhibits that I'm producing for the Children's Museum of Natural History in Fremont, California. So that's going to be a major theme this year, I think. More frequent IRL fieldwork streams. Some of those might even be in association with the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, doing some fossil excavations in Fremont, California. So that might happen sooner rather than later, too. It might be in the next few months. Travel more is something that I want to do, too. Might be going overseas to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in Birmingham, UK. And maybe some more travel, too. I'm excited. Do more art on stream. We started that up yesterday with our Troodon sculpt. So that's been excellent so far. I want to reach 600 average concurrent viewers consistently. I think we can do that this year. We're doing all this other cool, exciting stuff. I think that'll help bring new people in. And I'm excited to kind of expand this mission of science outreach and education to a wider audience. Part of that will be collaborating with other streamers, some of them not in science. That would be cool. Go to SVP in Birmingham, like I said. On a personal level, figure out what I'm doing at the gym. I've been going to the gym consistently. I need to actually, like, learn a little bit about personal training or what. I don't even know the terminology. I did the hard part already, which is showing up. Now I've just got to figure out what I'm doing. I want to do more streams with Velia, the Velociraptor. And also, this is something I came up with this morning, merch drops. I think it would be really cool if I could finally do some merchandise this year. And, actually get around to charging for it, you know? Petrodactylus, thank you.
Happy 2025.
It's same to you, Petrodactylus. Thank you for the 28 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Petrodactylus.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Beautiful. Thank you, Hogan. Petrodactylus, 28 months is a long time. It's, I'm honored to have your support. Thanks for helping keep me here online. It's great to meet you at TwitchCon this past year, too. Will you be there again this next year? I hope so. It'd be great to see you again. I'm planning on going to TwitchCon again this year, so, yeah. And Jody Fish says merch drops like, say, giveaways and such, like Astro Canuck? No, more like, merch drop, I think. Oh, hang on. Golganek. Thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate it, Golganek. Thank you. We did get a hype train started. Beautiful. I mean, just selling some merchandise. It wouldn't be through an online store. It would be like I would have a Google form set up. People can place an order through that, basically, and then we arrange shipping and everything. I would be printing all of the t-shirts myself, and presumably doing that live on stream. So we'd make several streams out of that. We've done it before. We've done some merch printing streams, but I didn't end up actually charging anybody for any of the merch or shipping it out. The whole thing ended up being not as high quality as I was hoping, and I just didn't think it was the best representation of the work that I'm capable of. So I want to get higher quality shirts next time. Hopefully produced in the United States. Union-made shirts. And then I'll print them myself, live on stream. So we'll see. That'll be one of those things where it's going to take a lot of setup, but I think it could be really cool. And that could also be a way to help raise a little bit of money. I'd have the shirts as reasonably priced as I could. But it would be a great way for me to potentially raise some cash so that I'm not breaking the bank by flying to the UK for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in November. It's going to be pricey, but I think we can pull it off if we do some merch. So, yeah, that would be excellent. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says you could do it cheaper and make the mods work in a sweatshop to make merch. Very funny, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah. Anywho. And Ms. Yvette says, so you didn't get any income from my merch purchase last year? Oh, was this the online shop? There might have been, it's probably like a few cents or something. I know we do have that merch store, but I kind of forget that I have that. And I don't know if I actually make any money off of that. This would be me hand-producing merch live on stream, made to order, and then shipping it out myself. It's going to be a lot of work, but it'll be worth it, kind of cutting out the middleman and ensuring that everybody's getting a quality product that I made myself, you know? I think that's going to be, hopefully, most of the appeal there. So yeah. A support Triceratops shirt. Wearing your own face on a shirt is cool these days. Hey, call mommy does, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I've had a couple of different ideas in the works. I actually just printed a new shirt at the beginning of December. Let me go get that and show you. I wore it on stream. There we go. Is this it? There we go, yeah. Didn't have time to fold laundry before starting today's stream. So I'm just gonna pull this right out of the dryer. There we go. This is our coelacanth shirt for Fishmas. I designed this and printed it myself by hand. Believe it or not, this is how I used to make my living when I lived in Montana for a while. There we go. Printed to look like a holiday sweater. And I've done a number of other shirts like this too. Let me grab another one real quick. Here we go. When I first moved to that apartment in Oakland, I designed and printed this shirt. Here we go. Oakland, California. There's a Columbian mammoth that was discovered during the excavation of the Oakland Coliseum, where the Oakland Athletics baseball team used to play. So this is kind of in honor of that. Columbian mammoth, big federal buildings in Oakland, Oakland downtown skyline, Oakland Tribune building, the big container cranes at Oakland Harbor, and the old Bay Area Rapid Transit. The Legacy Fleet BART train. These ones aren't running anymore. They've got completely replaced by the Fleet of the Future. So anyway, it is kind of a throwback. Not just in terms of the mammoth, but in terms of the BART train. So, anyway, that's the sorts of designs that I do. Usually simple one-color designs, but they've got like a visual punch to them. And I've got some ideas for new designs for this next year. We might do a classic Paleontologizing logo. And then maybe some new stuff too, so we'll see. That's last item on my resolution/goals for this year. And I think it'll be fun. We'll make a big deal out of it. It'll be neat. Yeah. And Canyon Europe always says, would you do multiple shirt colors? That gets... Doing 2 colors is about 10 times as complicated as doing 1 color. So probably not. We'll probably try and keep things smooth and simple, but we'll see. And Akamanita says, I would absolutely purchase the coelacanth shirt for all the paleontologists in my life. We'll see if we can make that available, yeah. I think that would be a lot of fun. And Korolivska Krevetka says, hi, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Same to you, thank you. How many new dinosaurs are we going to discover this year, you think? That's a good question. It brings up an important point, I think. When we're talking about dinosaur discoveries, it's usually years and years after a new dinosaur is discovered that the general public gets to hear about it. It's usually years in between the original discovery and publication in the scientific literature, showing up on the news and everything else. I highlighted this in one of my presentations at the SVP meeting this year. Let me find that for you. SVP 2024. There we go. There we are. There is my poster. One of my posters. I presented 2 different posters at SVP this year. But I wanted to throw in this right here to kind of highlight something. Sometimes there's a long wait in between initial discovery and publication. So this dinosaur, Trurarchonchus, which is a dinosaur that I'm one of the co-authors on the original paper. Oh, hang on. Oops, kapoots.
Because though they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
Oops, kapoots, thank you so much for the 17 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Keeping me here online. Appreciate you. So Trurarchonchus, this dinosaur was first discovered in 1983. Then it was published, not named, but published, like a paper coming out just saying, hey, we have a member of the Alvarezsaur dinosaur family that was found in the Hell Creek Formation. It was published in 1998, but we didn't have enough material from it to really name it until further discoveries were made in the 2010s. And then it was finally published with a name, Trurarchonchus, in 2020. So that's a long time, you know? That's what, 27 years? 37 years. There. 2020 minus 1983. 37 years in between this animal's original discovery and its naming. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of new dinosaurs discovered in the year 2025. And it's going to be years until a lot of those become known to the general public before they get published on and then reported on in the news. So yeah. We might even end up discovering some new dinosaur species this summer, like live on stream. We've got several new dinosaurs that we've been excavating for the past 2 years in Wyoming and Utah. And it'll be probably a few more years until they get published, but yeah. That's, you know, dinosaur science is constantly moving forward, but individual bits of it take a while, you know? I hope that's one of the ideas that I'm getting across on these streams, is that these things aren't instantaneous, you know? It's, I think, extraordinarily rare that a dinosaur gets discovered and published and named in the same year. It almost never happens. But I hope one of the appeals of this channel and the science outreach that we do here is that you watching get to be kind of on the inside. You're watching these discoveries take place in the field. You're hearing discussions about these animals, stuff that isn't published yet. And so when it does get published, you can say, oh, shoot, I heard about that on Paleontologizing, or I saw that happen on Paleontologizing. That's one of the... It's always been one of my big goals for this channel, is to give folks an inside peek into how paleontology works. Hence Paleontologizing. It's taking paleontology and kind of making it a verb. It's an ongoing thing. Always progressing, advancing, we're working on it. It's continuous. Paleontologizing. You know? Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. And how did the look of the poster go down in SVP? As I remember you talking about it before, Dinodex, people loved it. Here, I had several people come up to me and they're like, you won the poster prize, right? I'm like, I didn't apply for, I wasn't in the running. I didn't know about the poster prize. They're like, oh, next year you gotta enter for the poster prize. Oh. Yeah. It was very well received. People liked the poster a lot. And Mommy Does says, does the political climate at the time of discovery or describing affect the timing of some publications? Political climate? It depends what country you're talking about. The number of working scientists at any given time is definitely affected by the political climate. Like, is there enough funding for science? Are more scientists employed at that time, or is funding being cut? Are jobs being gotten rid of? Yeah. One thing that really did affect the pace of dinosaur naming, the publication of new dinosaurs over the past few years, was COVID. So this is a very, very simple kind of bar graph showing the number of different dinosaur genera or species named in any given year. So for 2015, there were 33. 2016, 32, and so on and so forth. 2019 hit a peak at 47 right here. This is over the past decade. 2020, when we had COVID start, 44, and then you've got this decline that continues into 2023. Only this past year, in 2024, do we seem to have kind of gotten out of this slump. And Tom Holtz was actually posting about this on Blue Sky a while ago. Let's find that here. I really need to maybe collaborate with him and publish on this. Whoops. That's not the right one. It's a different chart. There we go. I guess Tom Holtz has had like a running tally of this for years. I didn't know I was doing this work independently, but like maybe we should join up and see if we can publish together. But he says, updated chart of new Mesozoic dinosauromorphs. So this is dinosaurs and their closest Mesozoic relatives. Things like silosaurs and stuff. From 2023 to 2024. He says, I forgot a couple, including one I reviewed, plus the ankylosaurid yesterday. New total is 52 new species named, back to 1 per week. This is dinosauromorphs, so that's dinosaurs and their closest relatives. Stem dinosaurs, as we might call them. And some people were asking him about this. Oh, where was this? Maybe it was a previous post. There we go. Yeah. And Tony Martin says, cool to see this plotted for the past 30 years. Thanks. I wonder if the dip after 2020 was because of the pandemic, and we're now just seeing more studies getting through peer review. And Tom Holt says, I think that is exactly it. Reduced field time and reduced lab or museum access slowed down the pace, I'm pretty certain. So, like we were talking about for, you know, those long waits, those were exacerbated during COVID. Does that make sense? And we're just kind of recovering from that right now in the year 2020. Well, last year in 2024. But yeah. I hope that makes sense, Mommy Does. Yeah. And Happy New Year's to you too, Jay Cords. It's good to have you here. It's January 2nd. It's not necessarily late. Cheers. Happy New Year. Yeah. And Cosmic Seekin, it's there in the title. We're going to get to that. I wonder how many people are going to come into the chat and ask about that before we get to it. But that's on our agenda. Yeah. All right. Before I forget, let's do a quick screenshot and we'll post to Blue Sky here. Keyboard down here. All right. Is that for a screenshot? Let's open up Photoshop and take a look. Been awake since yesterday. Holy cow, Charlie's Dragon. 2025 is off to a weird start for you. Well, hopefully it's a good weird start. Alright. Let's do 400 DPI. And we can do better than that. We can do better than that. Okay. Much better. Yeah. I think that's an improvement. Let's crop it, save it, and post it. Excellent. All right. It's Thursday Birds Day, plus we're covering that. New Ornithischian dinosaur. Archaeocursor. Do I have that right? That's spelled right? Yeah.
One, two, three, four.
Year's off to a good start, paleontologically speaking. All right. Which screenshot? Other theropod, miscellanea, and frames around it. There we go. And
hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. We'll do a reply with a link right there. Go. Join us at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. And there's a link right there. Good stuff. Yeah. And Jazzy Jane, Happy New Year's to you too. It's wonderful to have you here. Thanks for joining us. I hope your 2025 is off to a good start. Oh, and Saurophaganax, we talked all about that last week. Let's see if I can find you that VOD. But yeah, it was Allosaurus anax. So the genus Saurophaganax has been sunk, at least according to that paper. And a new species of Allosaurus has been erected in its place. Let's see. And there we go. Yeah, from 6 days ago. Access to be able to take it apart? No. Once it's together, it'll be together. Just gotta make sure it's... There we go. But I'm putting it together piece by piece. Oh, and another... Good stuff. Ironheart says, in honor of the Oxfordshire dinosaur tracks, would you consider doing a concept of the week on trace fossils sometime? So that's on my list. I've got a whole... Here, I can even show you. Here we go. Got a long list. I'm going to winnow these down and maybe add a few others. They're kind of heavily tilted toward biology here, rather than geology. But a bunch of different concepts that we could go over. I was originally going to do a concept of the day, in which case we would need about 250 of them, at least. Concept of the week, I think, makes more sense, because we only need about 50 to 52. Well, probably 50. I'll probably end up taking 2 weeks off of stream this year for traveling and SVP and stuff like that. But, yeah, still working on that. Anyhow. Oh, and very cool now. Good evening, Danny. I've decided to challenge myself to learn Spanish for a New Year's resolution. Very cool. Claro que sí. Give them now. Yeah, buenas suerte with that. I can read about the various reports and discoveries coming from Mexico and South America, and Central America too, potentially. Yeah. Cool stuff now. Cool stuff. There's also a lot of really neat dinosaur discoveries being made on the Iberian Peninsula, Portugal, and Spain. Sometimes people forget about Spain as a Spanish-speaking country, but that's where the language originated. But yeah, that'll be useful. Spanish is a good language to know. It's one of the most widely spoken languages in the world. I think it's be fourth after like Mandarin, Hindi, English, and then Spanish, I think? Something like that. Yeah. And Displacer says relative dating, that name could be taken another... Yeah, it means the opposite of, like, direct dating. Like, radiometric dating and stuff like that. Anyway. Biostratigraphy, we could kind of weave those together. But anyway. And Dyson Dinosaur says, I might be able to organize some dinosaur fieldwork in Portugal this summer, I hope. Very cool, Dyson Dinosaur. That would be phenomenal. Jim Kirkland was telling me about that. He's like, the most beautiful field site in the entire world that I've seen was in coastal Portugal. They were digging up a stegosaur, like, right by the beach. And so during the day, the field crew, like, on lunch break, they would just go down and swim in the ocean, and then come back and continue working for the rest of the day. Sounds like paradise. And Feliz Año Nuevo a ti también, Awkward Cyborg. Thank you, thank you. Muchas gracias. What if you should just go to the bar and have a relax? That sounds awesome, Dyson Dinosaur. I'm jealous. I thought our field work in Doling's Bowl in Utah was luxurious. But we don't have a bar right nearby, nor do we have the ocean. It's just searing heat all day, and then you go back and sit under a tarp and hopefully have a cold drink. That, in and of itself, feels luxurious. Can't even imagine what it'd be like in Portugal. Anyway, good stuff. What have we got? 26 notifications. Holy cow, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Miss Caprico, Mercy, and 4 others. Thank you for the follows. Our goal of having a larger social media following this year is already happening. I'm excited about that. And Summer Days Sucks says, do you get to name the ceratopsine you found? Do you mean the one in Wyoming that we're working on right now? Or the one that I discovered back in 2012 in Montana? I might have a say in what the Wyoming one is called when we get around to publishing it. We'll see. I'll talk to Ethan about that. I'm sure he's already got some names kicking around up here. But the one from Montana that I found back in 2012, I'm not naming that. No, I'm not lead author on that paper. I might not be an author on that paper. It kind of depends. So, yeah. Anywho. Bigger refrigerator. Jody Fish, we're not going to have a refrigerator for Wyoming, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah. And yeah, Dyson Dinosaur, the tide is a big deal when it comes to these coastal things, for sure. Yeah, one's got to be paying attention. Yes, indeed. And Nels, is any news on the Spinosaur paper? We talked about that earlier. Yeah. I'm going to be, hopefully, planning a trip to North Dakota in about a month or so. I'll fly out there, and me and my co-author are going to just get that paper done and get it submitted. So, yeah. Anywho. Close up Photoshop here because I don't need that open. And why don't we get into this new dinosaur here? Archaeocursor. Before we get to our UK dinosaur track story, let's cover this little ornithischian dinosaur that was just published at the end of 2024. Right at the end of December when things were really busy. Didn't even have time to cover it. All right. Our first story for today. New species of herbivorous dinosaur discovered in China. Discovered is probably not the right word. Published is probably a better word, because presumably it was discovered years before this. But Archaeocursor asiaticus, the newly discovered species, is the earliest diverging ornithischian dinosaur yet discovered in Asia. Holy cow. According to a team of paleontologists from China. So what does that mean? Let me translate this for anybody who might not be familiar with the term ornithischian. These are the beaky, plant-eating dinosaurs. So the way that we typically divide up Dinosauria is into two major groups. So you've got a split very early on between the Saurischians and the Ornithischians. Those are their, kind of an idealized setup of their hips right there. The quote-unquote bird-hipped and lizard-hipped dinosaurs. Ironically enough, the birds did not evolve from the bird-hipped dinosaurs. They evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs, the Saurischians. But anyway, yeah, two major groups. So if we look at a phylogeny, an evolutionary family tree of the dinosaurs, that's not what we're looking for. This is what we're looking for. That'll work. So Dinosauria right here can be divided up into two major groups, the Ornithischians and the Saurischians, the two halves of the dinosaur family tree. The Saurischians are the meat-eating theropod dinosaurs, and their descendants, the birds. And then the sauropods, too. These long-necked plant-eaters are also Saurischians. But our new dinosaur that we're talking about right now is from the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree. The Ornithischia, the so-called bird-hipped dinosaurs. And those are all of these guys with beaks. They all have beaks, and they all eat plants. So they're all beaky plant eaters on the Ornithischian side. And stegosaurs and ankylosaurs, duck-billed dinosaurs, and the horned ceratopsians, the dome-headed pachycephalosaurs, and the heterodontosaurs, all the other ornithopods, those critters too. They've all got beaks, they all eat plants. Those are the ornithischians. Does that make sense? And Reelarola says, who the heck comes up with these dinosaur names? Well, Ornithischia and Saurischia, that was devised by Harry Govier Seeley. This guy way back in the day. And when he was trying to classify dinosaurs into these different groups, he looked at the structure of their hips and he said, this is a major difference between these two different dinosaur groups. And he was correct about that. But he thought that the Saurischians, he thought their hips looked like lizards. So he called them the lizard hip dinosaurs, Saurischians. The Ornithischians, he thought their hips looked like bird hips with the backwards pointing pubis. Yeah. He didn't know that birds evolved from dinosaurs. At the time, this wasn't a super widely held idea. And so it was not the best name he could have chosen. Bird-hipped dinosaurs, and it turns out birds did not evolve from those ones. He didn't know that. Does that make sense? So yeah. We're stuck with those terms, but that's okay. It does provide a good irony, like Thing says right there, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And Flug, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah. And Starma says, can a paleontologist choose to specialize in one of those groups? Or doesn't dinosaur paleontology work like that? It depends where you're at, who you are, what situation you're in. There are some dinosaur paleontologists who focus on a particular group of dinosaurs. Maybe a subset within Ornithischia. Like, I know paleontologists who mostly work on horned dinosaurs, or mostly work on tyrannosaurs, or mostly work on ankylosaurs. As you're going through your career publishing on different things, you become an expert in certain areas, and you might tend to focus there. And when other people find that kind of dinosaur, a new species, they might ask you to be a co-author and join their project because you're an expert on that group. And so you can kind of become further and further specialized. But there are some paleontologists who focus on a particular method, for instance. So some paleontologists don't focus on a particular taxonomic group at all. A good example of somebody who focuses on a method might be somebody like Holly Woodward, who works on paleohistology. She's kind of the queen of paleohistology.
See even more information. So it was really exciting for me to learn about bone histology, where I could marry my two interests together with dinosaurs and with microscopes. And so I didn't really know what I wanted to study as far as dinosaurs or paleontology went. I knew I wanted to focus on dinosaurs, but as far as the field, I wasn't sure. But then when I found out about histology, I was like, that's it. That's for me. And so it's been smooth sailing ever since, as far as, I know where I am. I know this is what I'm good at.
So there you go. Yeah. Not everybody focuses on a specific taxonomic group. Most of Holly's work is on dinosaurs, and that is a specific taxonomic group, I suppose. But it's not like if you work on dinosaurs, you have to pick a kind of dinosaur. Maybe there's a particular method that you work on, like histology. Another example of this would be John Hutchinson, who does biomechanics, kind of the science of movement in extinct critters.
I'll then talk about sauropod dinosaurs, the really big four-legged dinosaurs, and how their body shape affected the way they moved as their size changed as well. My favorites, and still is. And I think that fascination in giant things, real and not real, just continued and explains why I now study them as a scientist, including all kinds of weird things interest me, like fanciful things that could never work. And it's interesting to think why they couldn't work. And that really, when I first learned as a kid that a giant Godzilla just could not work in terms of the physics of movement, it really bummed me out. I was sad that Godzilla could not really exist because it was too big to walk, but it also made a lot of sense to me. So the scientist in my mind began working when I realized that and thought, oh, actually, even though that's sad that Godzilla could not work as a real thing on land, that teaches me something that's valuable.
So, yeah, John Hutchison tends to work on big critters and how they work. Biomechanics, like the musculature and the bones and everything else.
Femoralis, and that muscle weighed as much as 3 to 6% of body weight of a T-Rex per leg. So that's a couple hundred kilograms or so of muscle in each leg of a T-Rex. Just one muscle there that helps support the leg of a T-Rex, or the hip in particular, against gravity. So that's a huge muscle. It's one of the biggest limb muscles.
Anyway, cool stuff. I'll give you a link to this talk and then Holly's talk right there too, just so you've got them. There we go. And there's the talk with Holly. So there are paleontologists who work not just on different taxonomic groups, but sometimes employing a certain method. Maybe they work on a particular time. You might be an expert on a particular fauna. So, say you work in Petrified Forest National Park in Arizona. So you work out here. Maybe it's your job to catalog the fossils from here to try and figure out their ecology, figure out what's going on at this particular time and place, piecing together all these bits of evidence. Maybe it's not a particular kind of animal that you're working on. Maybe it's the whole ecosystem, and you specialize in that one fauna, that one ecosystem. So yeah, I like to say that there are about as many different ways to be a paleontologist as there are different paleontologists. It's not a very big field. And so almost every paleontologist is an exception to the rule in some way, you know? It's not like there's really enough of us where there's like a typical paleontologist. It's not like we're accountants or something like that, you know? There are probably about... There's probably fewer than 300 full-time dinosaur paleontologists in the entire world. As for vertebrate paleontologists, paleontologists who study vertebrate animals, you know, like Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, there's, I think, about 2,000 or 3,000 members of SVP. I'd like to get some actual numbers on this at some point. But, yeah. I think there's probably fewer than 3,000 vertebrate paleontologists in the entire world. So, come to think of it, I think there are more people in Major League Baseball. Like, there are more Major League Baseball teams, or excuse me, players, than there are vertebrate paleontologists in the entire world. So how many different MLB players have you met in your lifetime? There are probably more of them than there are vertebrate paleontologists in the entire world. So yeah. Yeah. And Elka Babman says, I'm from Oxfordshire. Was that track find actually a big deal? The news pumped it up here a lot here. I don't know. I haven't actually looked into that yet. Should we jump to that in a minute? People keep coming in here and asking me about it, so I guess... Well, no, I'm going to hold off a little bit. We're going to continue with what we were talking about, and then we'll get to that. Because I'm sure people will continue to trickle in and ask about it. And, yeah, I think we can hold our horses there a bit. We'll save that for a little bit later. We'll get to it. And Addicted to Capping Games says, what is more rare, a room full of paleontologists or a room full of paleobotanists? Addicted to Capping Games, paleobotanists are a kind of paleontologist. Paleontologists study fossils. Plant fossils are a kind of fossil. So paleobotany is under the umbrella of paleontology. Does that make sense? With SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, the group that I'm part of, we study vertebrate animals, so animals with backbones. There are... You know, I don't know if there are more paleobotanists than there are vertebrate paleontologists. I don't know what the numbers look like there. I don't know if there's a big meeting for paleobotanists in particular. They would usually go to things like the big GSA meeting, the Geological Society of America meeting, which is usually humongous. Like thousands upon thousands of people attend every year. Geologists, paleontologists, all kinds of earth scientists, people in economic geology, people in oil and mining and all kinds of stuff like that. Geohazard people all go to GSA. It's an enormous event. Just huge. Anyhow. And Achaemenida says some of those SVP members do other things full-time, like functional morphology and do paleontology on the side. This is true. So those SVP member numbers are probably high in terms of paleontologist full-timers. I agree. Yeah. And when we were talking with Andy Farkey about this, he made that same point. You can find that clip from when I went down to the Alf Museum on my way to TwitchCon this year. Right?
And to be a part of it, because it's such a...
So here we go. Here is paleontologist Andy Farkey. Here. There he is right there. His official title is not paleontologist, even though he 100% is a paleontologist. Here, I'll let him explain.
Sure. 50s. Yeah. There's some really weird inside jokes in there. I talked to still available. There's so many cool.
Just another minute.
Yeah, I do.
A standard question I'd like to ask colleagues on stream is if they have any advice for anybody watching who might want to become a paleontologist.
Oh, yeah.
Like kind of drawing from your own experience and your own story.
Yeah.
Yeah, what advice can you give?
Yeah, I think my biggest advice for anyone interested in paleo is not to limit yourself. I always have loved dinosaurs. Well, since like the age of 4. I haven't always loved dinosaurs, but I've loved dinosaurs since I was...
Since you were aware of them,
yeah. And, you know, I always had a thought that I'd want to be a dinosaur paleontologist.
Yeah.
But I also was really excited to discover there's other facets of paleontology, there's other facets of science that are super interesting and super informative. And I think, you know, I've always been lucky to be able to get a broad background from the people I've been around and also have that broad background to enable me to pursue different kinds of opportunities.
Yeah.
The statistic I always use is, you know, there are more... It is easier to get a job as an NFL quarterback than it is to get a job as a dinosaur paleontologist.
That's
when
true.
you look at the NFL draft,
oh, man,
there are more quarterback positions every year than there are dinosaur curators positions that open up.
Yep.
And so I like to think I'm in an elite class.
Yeah.
You know, I'm more elite that I wish I get paid at NFL level salaries. But I think the point being that you know, being able to have diverse paths for your career. Like I never imagined when I was a grad student that oh, someday I'd be able to work with high school students
right.
at a high school and be able to run a museum in that way. Like
right.
that's not a career path I ever thought would be open.
Sure.
And so being able to be open to different kinds of opportunities, different kinds of possibilities, even though I'm not like strictly, my job title is not paleontologist, I'm able to do paleontology in a setting.
Yeah.
And working with.
So this museum, the ALF Museum, at the Webb School in was it not San Clemente, California? It's Santa Clarita, California. This is a high school campus that has a museum there on its grounds. And Andy Farkey works at this museum, runs the museum. Dinosaur paleontologist is not his job title. He might technically be a high school teacher. I'm actually a little bit unclear on what exactly is his remit at the museum. But he is a dinosaur paleontologist. He publishes on dinosaurs. That means that he's a dinosaur paleontologist.
With all the things I've learned over the years about science communication, being able to write, being able to speak, being able to communicate in diverse and new formats.
Right.
The idea of being on a Twitch stream. When I was a grad student, like we didn't even know what it. There was no Twitch.
Yeah.
There wasn't Twitter yet, or I guess whatever we're calling it nowadays.
Yeah.
Any sort of stream. Sort of Blue Sky.
Sure.
Those
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
And so being able to be flexible and not too boxed into just a single idea of what it means to be a scientist or what it means to be in paleontology. And some of my favorite people to work with in the profession are those that really don't have paleontology as any part of what they do. Some of our fossils that were found here, like the holotype for Gripposaurus monumentensis. The guy who found that was a volunteer on a field crew. He's actually a carpenter. He's not a he's not a paleontologist by trade, but he's found a lot of really amazing fossils just because he has the skill, he has the interest in getting out and doing that. And he found a holotype, for a new kind of dinosaur, just because he had like the eye and the dedication and that. And so even though he's not a professional in the sense of being a paid paleontologist, he's someone who does paleontology and has made some pretty amazing discoveries. And I think that's true for like our high school student, Malcolm McKenna, before he was a paleontologist, finding this. And so I think that my big message to come back full circle is being flexible, being open to different opportunities, being open to different ways of engaging with the science, because there's a lot of different ways to do that. And I like to look at it that way also because it means that I want everyone to feel like they have a place to be a paleontologist or to engage with paleontology. And so I think the more ways, the bigger we think of paleontology, the broader we think of it, the more opportunities there are for engagement.
Right.
So, and to be a part of it. Because it's such a cool field, and there's so many...
It really is. Holy cow. I'll give you a link to the rest of this video. This is from this past September. That's Andy Farkey right there. And yes, indeed, there is a high school that has dinosaur fossils, Pimpcat. It's the Webb School. Like a private high school. Might even be a boarding school. There we go. Really cool place if you ever get a chance to visit.
It started with an unexpected fossil discovery in 1936, led to a lifelong quest, igniting a passion in Raymond Alf that spread to a community for generations to come, creating the most unique educational program for paleontology research and discovery in the world.
So this is the only high school in the world that has a paleontology museum associated with it, as far as I know.
These kids are very inspired to try to do these difficult research projects, and they've been very successful at them. They're like graduate students in college.
With more than 170
Andy Farkey there?
specimens in our collection, over 90% were discovered by Webb students.
Pretty wild, right?
Imagine being a teenager and learning about the history of life with actual fossils at your fingertips.
I never really saw myself being in the paleontology program until I took this trip, and after that I became engulfed in the program and joined Honors Museum Research, and from then on I've loved it.
Visit the ALF Museum to understand Earth's 4.6 billion year old history, to explore the largest fossilized trackway collection in the United States, to inspire scientific inquiry.
What are you going to do with your moment in time? What's your place in the history of our planet?
Because of its special relationship with the web schools, all students participate in our program.
I'm interested in doing research in college, and I know a lot of college level researchers don't even get these opportunities to work with the equipment in this room and study, I don't know, multis and other really cool fossils.
Multi-tuberculates.
All ninth grade students take an evolutionary biology course, with sections dedicated to introductory paleontology. With the museum's exhibits, a high-tech research lab, and prospecting trips to the desert, students are immersed in the world of paleontology.
Pretty darn cool. Neverwinter says, oh man, I wish my high school had a paleontology museum. Me too. I used to sometimes cut school, like around senior year, and take the train to the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. I worked at the UCMP, University of California Museum of Paleontology, when I was in high school. I volunteered there. Every moment that I wasn't, every day that I wasn't in classes during weekdays, I tried to be at the museum. As long as it was open and I didn't have school, I was there. And sometimes when I did have school too. I didn't have this kind of opportunity though. I think it's really important for younger people to be given these opportunities to be able to participate in fossil science if that's what they're passionate about. I think we as paleontologists should do a better job of facilitating that. And this is one of the things that the web school is really, really good at. And Petrodactylus says, I'll be honest, I probably would have pursued a career in paleontology a lot more if my school had opportunities like this. Yeah. I was 50-50 on that or art. Ended up going the art route. Yeah. And it seems like it's worked out well for you, Petrodactylus. You're very talented and you're doing awesome stuff. Yeah. It's not too late to get involved with paleontology. If you want that to be, part of your life, there's ways to get involved for sure.
Throughout their web experience, students can continue taking advanced courses in paleontology and museum research, empowering them to conduct one-on-one research of their own specimens with world-class scientists, all culminating in the presentation of their work at academic conferences or publication in scientific journals.
Pretty cool.
What started nearly 100 years ago as the Little Museum on the Hill has become a world-class institution.
It really is. It's quite the enterprise.
Searching the globe to share the secrets of the past with you here in California, from Mongolia to Madagascar to the Mojave. At the Alf Museum,
very cool.
We believe the past deserves a future. And as Ray asked of his students, what will you do with your moment of time?
Cool stuff. And I want to build on what Andy Farkey said there, that we need to do a better job of bringing people into fossil science and making it clear that you don't have to be a paleontologist to contribute to paleontology. That doesn't have to be your job title. It doesn't even have to be your primary calling in life. There's so many different ways that you can volunteer, you can get involved. If you're passionate about this kind of thing, there's ways that you can be part of it. And that benefits all of us. You can contribute to these discoveries. If you can contribute to this elucidation of the history of life on our planet, that's good for everybody. So I actually need to reach out soon to another potential interviewee, continuing our spate of interviews. Again, that's one of our first item on the list for Paleontologizing New Year's resolutions: have consistent guest appearances. There's somebody I met at SVP that I really want to bring on as an interviewee probably the week after next, so I need to get in contact with him soon. But yeah. And Care Bear Bonfire says, odds of a Fisher interview? We had a few this past summer. If Fisher's out with us in the field again, we'll do that. But, I don't think Fisher would be super into doing like a Zoom interview. He can be a little bit shy. So I don't think I'm going to put him through that. We need the sun on stream. Well, hopefully he'll be here. Well, he'll be on stream this summer if he's able to join us in Wyoming and Utah again. But, yeah. Fisher was just here a couple weeks ago. Here in the office. He brought me this lovely fossil that he found out in Colorado. Fisher's currently working at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. And he stopped by while he was visiting some family in the Bay Area right before Christmas. And so it's really nice to be able to see my son again, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. And any new crowdfunding? I'm not sure about that yet, Demon Prince. We will see if that's necessary this year. We might have some other sources of funding for Wyoming. But we'll see if we end up doing some more crowdfunding this year. Yeah. And Deathsaurus, definitely bring on Tom Holtz. Maybe. I'll see if I can do that. I got to meet Tom Holtz this past year, and there's actually a few different projects I'd like to collaborate with him. Like, it'd be really cool to do some publications together. So we'll see. Anyhow. And you've been to the museum a few times, says Miss Caprical. So Fisher is doing an internship at the museum in Denver right now. I don't think he's out on display most of the time. I think he's mostly working in the collections and in the laboratory space, but yeah, you might get lucky if you go there. He might turn up. Yeah. And Jay Court says, do you know the paleontologist Scott Sampson who hosted Dinosaur Train? I've never met Scott Sampson, but he's not, I don't know if he's really a paleontologist anymore. I think he kind of went corporate. He's now director of the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco. I don't think he does paleo anymore. But I'm not sure. Yeah. Anywho, I've got a very, very full roster so far of different people I'd like to interview this year, which is awesome because I plan on doing a lot of interviews. Maybe about 50 throughout the year. I'd like to do about one per week. So we'll see. Anywho, let's get back to our new dinosaur. Let's cover this time. New ornithischian dinosaur, little beaky plant-eating dinosaur from China. The earliest diverging ornithischian yet discovered in Asia. From when? Early Jurassic, holy cow. It's only a little bit younger than Eocursor there. Archaeocursor asiaticus. So this might not seem like the most exciting dinosaur here. It's not going to have any enormous mega charismatic horns or frills or teeth or anything like that. It is what we would call a cebido, a small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. So these are almost, think of them almost like deer-like or gazelle-like little dinosaurs. Things like what we used to call hypsilophodonts. A good example would be something like, well, taxonomically, it's not a good example, but ecologically, it's probably a good example.
Young.
Things like, things like Dryosaurus here. So Iguanodon is now considered not iguanodon, excuse me, Dryosaurus is now considered an iguanodont. But it's an example of what we used to call hypsilophodonts, a small, beaky, two-legged, fast-running, plant-eating dinosaur. And hang on a second. Oh, we're getting sidetracked here, but Pokemons, how are you doing? I'd like to think that you watched Jurassic Park in the movie theaters back in 1993 and said, that's what I want to do. I want to be the dinosaur man. I wanted to be the dinosaur man before Jurassic Park came out. I don't think I saw it in the theater. I think I was probably too young for that. But, and Pokemon says, were you also disappointed to find out that Velociraptors didn't exist? Who told you that? They told you wrong. You've been lied to. Velociraptor very much exists. Whoever told you that was mistaken. So, the Velociraptors from Jurassic Park are actually a different dinosaur. They're not Velociraptor. Velociraptor is very much a real dinosaur. Would have looked something like this. Here. Velociraptor mongoliensis. We now have Velociraptor osmolske as well. 2 different species recognized within this genus. The dinosaur from Jurassic Park is not Velociraptor. It's, oops, wrong button. It's a different dinosaur called Deinonychus. It looked like this, but that's why they're dug up in Montana at the time. I've covered this I don't know how many times, but yeah. Deinonychus is bigger than Velociraptor. It's from Montana. So,
Sure do.
At the beginning of Jurassic Park, where it says Badlands near Snakewater, Montana, Deinonychus is from Montana. This is a Deinonychus skeleton right here. The Velociraptor from Jurassic Park is Deinonychus. Velociraptor is a separate dinosaur. It's smaller, it's from Mongolia, it's from much later in the Cretaceous period. But Velociraptor is very much a real dinosaur. The dinosaur man you were referring to, they're the fictional character Dr. Alan Grant, is actually based on my old boss, Jack Horner, formerly of Museum of the Rockies. He was the real-life inspiration for that character, and I used to work for him. I was trained by his graduate students, particularly Denver Fowler, who was kind of my mentor in Montana for a good while. So yeah. They went with Velociraptor because it sounded cooler. That's part of it. Yeah, Pokemon, yes. Pokemons. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So yeah. Dr. Terrace says, maybe the Velociraptors are the friends we made along the way. I mean, I definitely do have a friend Velociraptor. Her name is Velia. And here she is here.
She's kind of our dinosaur ambassador here at Twitch for the weekend. And yeah, teaching people about how these animals had feathers.
I brought her to TwitchCon in San Diego last year.
You learn a lot of stuff just in the daytime when you're working. Oh my god.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I love it, yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Best.
Have to bring her out more this year? Yes, indeed, Squiggles. That's on my,
Cool. Oh, what's going over here?
it's one of my New Year's resolutions. That's one of my goals for 2024.
Tragedy.
Anyhow. Good channel. Thank you, Pokemons. I appreciate that.
Of course, yeah.
Anywho, before you showed up, Pokemons, we were talking about I think the last dinosaur published in 2024, Archaeocursor, happened so recently we didn't even have time to cover it because it was just at the tail end of 2024. We had a bunch of other things going on. We try and cover each and every new dinosaur as it's published. But I was just explaining this concept of a SBEDO. It's an acronym, Small-Bodied Early Diverging Ornithischian. Hypsilophodonts are, that's like an old term for this group of dinosaurs. So I'll show you in this this excellent but old dinosaur encyclopedia here. Hypsilophodontids. We now consider this like a wastebasket group, meaning that these critters kind of got lumped together just because they look similar. They're not actually related, though. And Dryosaurus is one of these. The point is, we're talking about small, beaky, see that beak right there? Beaky, plant-eating dinosaurs. And Dryosaurus is a classic example of one of these. Truly the king of the dinosaurs. Dryosaurus. Here. There's 3 Dryosaurus right there. Run, Dryosaurs, run! Uh-oh. You'll have to watch When Dinosaurs Roamed America if you'd like to find out what happens next. I'm not going to spoil it. But these small, beaky, plant-eating dinosaurs, they might not be outwardly the most flashy, the most exciting, the most charismatic of dinosaurs, but they're still very important. And I've always had a soft spot for these guys, a special place in my heart for these little, beaky, two-legged, running ornithischians. And now we've got a new one from China, the earliest one. I think we might only have a femur. That's maybe what this image is implying. But it's just been published. Archaeocursor asiaticus lived in what is now southwestern China during the early Jurassic, about 193 million years ago. This dinosaur was around 1 meter in length. And for those of you who are not familiar with the metric system, 1 meter is exactly this long. So, not the biggest dinosaur. 1 meter in length. And 1 meter is about 39.5 inches. Does that make sense? So it's just over a yard, if you're more familiar with that term. There's doggos as long as that, absolutely. Yeah, this is a dinosaur about the same size as, I don't know, German Shepherd, maybe? German Shepherd dog. Yeah, German Shepherd dog, not a,
What you doing?
Yeah, German Shepherd dog, not a German Shepherd. You know what I mean.
Tribune.
Yeah. And Petrodactylus says, Dryosaurus always reminds me of the old video game Jurassic Park Operation Genesis. I had that game when I was a kid. I couldn't really play it, though, because the computer that my family had wasn't powerful enough. Anyway. Yeah. And will you be continuing the tier list? We'll see if we have time for that, Scorch Hellfire. There's so many other things going on. We'll see. Not very many people know of it. Let's go. Yeah, Petrodactylus. The funny thing about that... is that the Dryosaurus in that game... I think they were the only dinosaur that was ranked 1 star out of 5 stars in terms of their popularity and, like, crowd-pleasing ability. And I always felt bad about that, because at the time, Dryosaurus was my favorite dinosaur. Anyway, so we have kind of a running joke on this channel that the true king of the dinosaurs is Dryosaurus. Because, well, shoot, how could it not be, you know? Look at that dinosaur. So majestic. Anyhow. They were super cute. They would sort of play together. Yeah, Petrodactylus. They were really cool. Yeah. Do they have VR with accurate dinosaurs? Asked Peter Steves. I've only ever seen one thing, and it was for the... whatever it's called. The big goofy thing you stick over your head. Apple Prolapse Viewer or whatever it was. Apple Viewer... was it Rajasaurus? Apple... what was that thing called? It was like $9,000. What was it actually called? Apple Vision Pro? Was that it isolated? Apple Vision Pro dinosaur. It was Rajasaurus, I think. Yeah, here we go.
Daddy.
Oh, little Isosaurus, I think.
You bite now.
There we go, Rajasaurus. So this was done in association with Prehistoric Planet.
Don't make any sudden sounds. Over here. Come on, buddy.
So this is really well done. Anywho, you get the idea. we keep getting sidetracked here. We're not going to get to our news at this rate. Yeah. And that is really cool, Germstrom. That would be, I don't know if it's worth $9,000 or whatever it was, but that's pretty neat. When that came out, I talked about that on stream and how it's really interesting that anytime that you've got some new technology that comes out in terms of entertainment, whether it's video games, whether it's VR, whether it's film, like cartoons back when those were new in the day, one of the first things that people choose to use it for is dinosaurs. Whether it's stop-motion animation in film, things like The Lost World in 1925. Yeah. This was groundbreaking stuff at the time. Some audiences thought it was real. They said they must have sent a camera crew back in time somehow to get these shots. Or whether it's Gertie the Dinosaur, one of the first animated cartoons. This was new technology. And anytime you've got some sort of new entertainment technology, dinosaurs are one of the first things that you do. I think there's something kind of profound about that. Because, like, what is the ultimate in spectacle? If we're talking about stuff that's real, stuff that's authentic, you can't get that mixture of spectacular and authentic any better than dinosaurs, you know? It's just... Here.
Not in the exhibit floor. It doesn't have any flesh on it. The skeletons themselves, they're like great bridges. They look as real without that skin. Just that structure is so compelling.
They're real monsters. We think we know that aliens are real. We think we know that ghouls and goblins are real. We think we know that demons are real. We know that dinosaurs are real.
Yep.
This is a dinosaur arm, the left arm of a meat eater. And this object, this wonderful set of hooks, proves a fundamental truth. Dinosaurs are nature's special effects. They weren't made up by Universal Studios. This is not a dragon. This is not a griffin. This isn't mythology. This is reality. This is the finest wonder nature has ever concocted.
I think there's some truth in that. Bob Barker, dramatic as always. But I think that's kind of beautiful. I think it's true. There's something about dinosaurs that captures the imagination. These creatures that seem like they could almost be out of mythology. They're so spectacular that they could almost be fictional. But they are so real. And not only that, not only did they really live, but their destiny is intertwined with our own. As human beings, as mammals.
Owner.
Dinosaurs existed at the same time that our earlier ancestors did. I'm not talking about, like, humanoid ancestors. I'm talking about the earliest kind of shrew-like mammals. Dinosaurs and our mammalian ancestors existed together for most of the Mesozoic era. And it was only the extinction of the dinosaurs that led to our own evolution. Here.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Yep.
For which no creature could prevail or prepare. No, some science say that. Got killed in a mass extinction for which no creature could possibly prepare. And again, that gives the history of life its very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true. It's true. You know, I think that's one of the things that make dinosaurs so fascinating. They ruled the earth for such an incredibly long amount of time, and then they just get snuffed out in this global cataclysm that leads to our own evolution as, you know, as primates. There were no primates before before the extinction of the dinosaurs. It was that extinction event that kind of directly led to our own origin. Pretty cool to think about, you know? And Peter Steve says, dang, if that meteor missed, we probably wouldn't have existed like this? Absolutely, we would not have. Yeah, not a chance. Yeah. There would still be big non-avian dinosaurs running around. You know? I've shown this before many times, but I'll show it again. There's an interesting take in a book about that. Really cool piece of art. From Greg Paul's The Scientific American Book of Dinosaurs. Speculative bit of artwork here. Showing post-extinction dinosaurs, so to speak. The caption is, "There were never dinosaurs like these, but there might have been if just a few of the non-avian examples had not died out at the end of the Cretaceous period." So if dinosaurs hadn't been wiped out by that asteroid impact, or whatever else happened at the end of the Cretaceous period, perhaps horned dinosaurs would have evolved from surviving protoceratopsids to thunder across the American plains accompanied by hadrosaurs with square-tipped bills, ideal for cropping the new grasses that evolved. All to be hunted by long-legged tyrannosaurs that had lost their useless arms. Look, Ma, no hands. Those arms are completely gone. There's just the smallest little nubbins left. As horned rodents peer from their burrows, right there. A small ornithopod tries to stay out of the way. And geese head north for the summer. So this is kind of dinosaurs, non-avian dinosaurs in the Cenozoic. If that asteroid had not hit, or if it just hadn't have been as severe, this is what we might have had instead. And this might be the extent of mammalian dominion over the land. Anyway, I do really like the inclusion of this small ornithopod right here. And that, of course, brings us back to what we're supposed to be talking about here. So let's get back to this. Our new ornithischian dinosaur. Small species of herbivorous dinosaur discovered in China. Archaeocursor asiaticus. I love that because the name delivers exactly what it promises. Or rather, the dinosaur delivers what the name promises. Archaeocursor means ancient runner. Asiaticus means it's Asian. It's from Asia. So this dinosaur was about 1 meter long, and it's one of the earliest known members of the group Ornithischia, the beaky plant-eating dinosaurs. So Ornithischia, a prominent clade of dinosaurs, one of the main 2 clades.
Dinosaurs hold a special
There's
magnetism
a
for
Saurischian,
children.
not Ornithischian, meat-eating dinosaur. Allosaurus.
Howdy, Danny. Mods and chat.
Howdy to you too, Will62. Thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me here online. Thank you. Goes a long way. So Ornithischia, not like that meat-eating Saurischian Allosaurus, but these are beaky plant-eating dinosaurs. Ornithischians diversified into various forms, such as ankylosaurs, stegosaurs, hadrosaurs, those are the duckbill dinosaurs, ceratopsians, or the horned dinosaurs, and pachycephalosaurs, the dome-headed dinosaurs, throughout the Mesozoic era, said Yunnan University paleontologist Shi Yao and colleagues. Alongside other non-avian dinosaurs, they faced extinction at the close of the Cretaceous, while their early evolutionary history remains debated. We don't really know the early history of the Ornithischian dinosaurs. They just kind of show up in the fossil record. A lot of groups do that, especially when the fossil record is particularly sparse in certain times. This is one of those examples where we're still looking for some of the earliest ancestors of the Ornithischian dinosaurs. There's kind of a big gap in the record there. So during the early Jurassic period, Ornithischian fossils are plentiful and diverse in the supercontinent Gondwana, so the southern continents. Let's take a look at what we mean here. Let's go back to 200 million years ago, when Earth's continents were still stuck together like this, into this massive supercontinent called Pangaea. Gondwana is our name for the southern continents: South America, Africa, India, Madagascar, Australia, Antarctica. Gondwana is our name for this landmass here. So we've got a lot of Ornithischian dinosaurs from this time, from the Jurassic, early Jurassic. But in contrast, the Ornithischian fossil record in Laurasia during this time is less varied and primarily comprises armored dinosaurs. So Laurasia are the northern continents. That's North America right here, Europe, and Asia. By their powers combined, they are Laurasia. So most of the Ornithischian dinosaurs that we have from this time are from the north, from Laurasia. Their remains from the southern continents, rare, usually very incomplete. So a nearly complete left femur, a thigh bone, it's something, of Archaeocursor asiaticus was found in the Zilu-Jing Formation, approximately 2 kilometers north of Chongqing Central Park District, Yubei District, Chongqing, southwestern China. Parkers and Quinn, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
11 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, welcome, Parkers and Quinn. How was your stream?
Serious game of paleontology.
And thank you, Keel1190. I appreciate that follow. Hello, hello. As you floof, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And it was great. I'm glad to hear that. Looked like you were doing some South Park, the Stick of Truth. Cool. I hope you found all the truth today. Welcome to our Fossil Science channel. Good to have you here. Video games just being silly. Yeah. That's cool. I'm pleased that you were able to... that you chose to bring your viewers here. Thank you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaur fossils, and I talk about them here on Twitch. I dig up dinosaur fossils during the summer when I'm out in the field. And that's what we were streaming over the summer and what I'll be streaming again this summer. like you see here.
Here in the quarry, and I'm excited to show you around. We did a ton of overburden this morning. In fact, we only just stopped doing that a little while ago, so I'm going to be getting out my tool bag and trying to find a good place to dig in. Okay, good. Perfect. Yeah, the volume rocker was just turned down. I had to do a lot of workshop. So, simple to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the beautiful and today very, very hot desert of eastern Utah. Holy cow, it is like 103 degrees in the shade right now. I'll show you the thermometer in a minute.
It's probably 110 or more in the sun.
Tarp, I think.
Anywho.
But yeah, we're digging out here near Moab, Utah, in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation. Very, very beginning of the Cretaceous period. Really, really, scientifically important site that we've got.
And here's some of that digging.
People who just were good enough to be that.
Yeah.
But we're also on the crew.
Oh, so they dig during the day too?
Yeah.
They weren't designated. That was their only job.
Exactly.
I don't know. Ethan's cooking was pretty good. The pasta we had.
Oh yeah. No, I'm definitely not complaining about the food here. It's been wonderful.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Anywho. Oh, Tricky Bubba says from one bone they can determine it's a whole new species? Yes, and I'll tell you why, Tricky Bubbas. This is actually a really easy call for this critter. But, yeah. Addicted to Cappy Games has got a question, though. I've always wondered, how does a formation, like, for instance, the Hell Creek, get its name? It's usually named after a specific place. The Morrison Formation of Utah and Colorado is named after a town. It's named after Morrison, Colorado. This is a formation that you've got a ton of different dinosaurs from. Allosaurus, Stegosaurus, Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus, Diplodocus, Brachiosaurus, all from the Morrison Formation. And VexFX, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. This is named after Morrison, Colorado, which is where those rocks were first described from. The Hell Creek Formation, another one of the most famous, like you mentioned, where we've got a ton of really famous dinosaurs from there. T-Rex, Triceratops, Ankylosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, Triarchunkus, Thessalosaurus are from the Hell Creek Formation. And that comes from a place in Montana called Hell Creek. So geological formations are, I think, pretty much always named after a geographic spot. The name of a town, the name of a creek, the name of a gully. It's going to be a name on a map that geological formations are named after. I think that's pretty much the rule, is that they're just about always named after a place. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Dr. Waggy says, love Morrison, Colorado. Nice little town. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And Isolated says, man, that makes me so excited to watch your field streams again. Summer can't come soon enough. I agree. Although we might even have some fieldwork streams prior to that. We'll see how things go down in Fremont, California, but I'm involved with this project, digging up some Ice Age mammals there, and we might even stream from there before the summer. We'll see. And the Blob, you're back. Welcome back, the Blob. Good to see you. Thanks for returning. Dr. Baggy says, I used to live just outside of Morrison. Very cool. Yeah. Now, let's get back to our news here. Talking about this new ornithischian dinosaur, Archaeocursor. And we had somebody ask, how do you know that it's a new species when you've only got one bone from it? I'll admit, it's not best practice to name a new dinosaur based on a single bone. But if you're going to do it, a femur is probably a pretty good one. It's probably a good piece to have. And that's the thing, is that we can tell from this femur that it belongs to this kind of dinosaur. We can tell it's an ornithischian dinosaur. So it's part of the two major groups of dinosaurs. We know it's part of one group, and this is the only femur that's been found from that group of dinosaurs from this time and this place. So, let's see if I can come up with an analogy for this. My mind is always drawn to, like, automobiles for something like this. Say that you found say that you were you're on vacation in Antarctica. And, or, no, not Antarctica. Let's say it's, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. One of the minor Hawaiian islands. Say you're on the island of Molokai. I don't know. And you're walking along the beach, and you see this in the sand. And you pick it up, and the person with you goes, "Oh, that looks like it's from a car." And you go, "Yeah, it's from a Mercedes." And they go, "Hang on, how do you know that?" I'm not even sure it's from a car. You say it's from a Mercedes? It's like, well, it's pretty obvious it's from a Mercedes. That's the Mercedes logo. It's a Mercedes hood ornament, you know? The emblem, like Claire says, yes. It's very distinctive. When you know, you know. Yeah. I don't know why it has to be on a beach in Molokai. I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to establish, like, geographic provenance being important. But when you find the femur of an ornithischian dinosaur in a place where ornithischian dinosaurs have not been known before, this is from the early Jurassic of China. And we don't have any other ornithischian dinosaurs from the early Jurassic of China. And here's an ornithischian femur. Clear as day, it's from an ornithischian. We know that's something new and exciting. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I know it's just a femur. It's just a thigh bone. And maybe it's not a great idea to name it based on just a thigh bone, but we at least know that it is an ornithischian dinosaur, and its presence here in the early Jurassic of China is important and is new. So does that make sense? Yeah. So a nearly complete left femur of Archaeocursor asiaticus was found in the Ziliu Jing Formation in southwestern China. According to the team, the new species exhibits affinities with Gondwanan species Eocursor parvus. So the femur looks pretty similar to the femur from this other dinosaur. Eocursor. Another little beaky plant-eating dinosaur. But this guy, if I recall, is from Argentina. So we've got a dinosaur from China and a dinosaur from Argentina. How does that make any sense? We've got one from Argentina and one from southwest China. How does that make any sense at all that they'd be so similar? Well, you gotta remember that 200 million years ago, our Earth looked very different. And at the time, you could walk, if you took long enough, you could walk from Argentina up here to China without even getting your shoes wet. So the discovery points to an earlier dispersal event of early Jurassic ornithischian dinosaurs from Gondwana, the southern continents, to Laurasia, the northern continents. including East Asia, which appears to be independent of and possibly earlier than the dispersal of armored dinosaurs. So the new phylogenetic topology, so a new like family tree they've been able to make, proposed in the study suggests an additional independent dispersal of ornithischian dinosaurs into East Asia during the early Jurassic, the researchers said. The close relationships between Archaeocursor and Eocursor, despite their distant habitats, suggest a probable origin from Gondwana, followed by a northward migration to Laurasia, and eventually to East Asia during the Pliensbachian age of the early Jurassic. This timing might precede the arrival of armored dinosaurs in the region. Moreover, this new topology hypothesizes the existence of a previously unrecognized cosmopolitan clade of early ornithischian dinosaurs positioned phylogenetically between Heterodontosauridae and Thyreophora. That's really interesting. That might be the most interesting thing in the paper. We'll take a look at the paper after this, but, yeah. Nevertheless, due to the fragmentary nature of Archaeocursor, we've only got a thigh bone so far, support for this clade remains tentative, awaiting further fossil discoveries. Cool, right? And there you go, Golganek. Yeah, good point. And Ms. Yvette says, are there hints it is not just a juvenile or adolescent animal of an already named species? From Demon Prince. Oh, thank you, Ms. Yvette. Good question, Demon Prince. We don't have any other dinosaurs from all of Asia that have got a similar thigh bone from this time. So it kind of has to be new, if that makes sense. You know? It's novel. It's something that's unexpected. There are not too many other dinosaurs that are known from the early Jurassic of China, and none of them look at anything like this, it seems. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Let's take a look at the paper, which, thankfully, is open access.
Access granted.
Yeah. There is a link to it right there. Journal pre-proof. So I guess the full formatted version isn't done yet. But there we go. There's that figure like we saw there. And we know that it's a subadult, so there has been histo done on it. We know that it's not a mature individual. It's not going to be like a super juvenile, but it is a subadult. It's not mature yet. And you can figure that out by cutting the bones open and looking at the growth patterns in the bones. We can get a decent sense for how old this animal was when it died. Well, there we go. The early Jurassic ornithischian dinosaurs in Laurasia are dominated by armored dinosaurs, the Thyreophorans. Things like Scutellosaurus. Right here. Look how cute that critter is. Or Scelidosaurus. Among your bird-hipped dinosaurs, your ornithischians, the armored ones are the most common in the early Jurassic of Asia, Europe, and North America. It would take a while for other beaky plant eaters to move up there. These guys seem to be some of the first. Until now. Here, a new taxon, Eocursor asiaticus, new genus and new species, is reported from the lower Jurassic of southwestern China. Phylogenetic analysis places Archaeocursor as the earliest diverging ornithischian dinosaur yet discovered in Asia. So it's like the most primitive, one of the earliest beaky plant-eating dinosaurs from Asia at all, which is exciting. Albeit with weak support. Okay. Osteohistological analysis, so they actually did histo on this, suggests that Archaeocursor was a young adult at the time of death, indicating a small body size of approximately 1 meter in length. 1 meter in body length, rather. So maybe another meter in terms of tail. Who knows? This discovery extends the known presence of ornithischian dinosaurs in East Asia to the Pliensbachian or even late Sinemurian stages of the early Jurassic. But yeah, cool stuff. This paper is, again, this is just a journal pre-proof at the moment, but I'm glad it's out there, and the figures are in it too. This is good. So there is that femur. It does make me wonder if this is available for printing. There's a cross-section they took of the femur right there. There's a close-up under the microscope under polarizing light to help kind of highlight those lines of arrested growth to figure out how old the animal was when it died. There's a phylogeny right there. There's Archaeocursor. It's interesting, it comes out in between the heterodontosaurs and the genosaurs. Genosaurs are thyreophorans plus neornithischians. Outside of Heterodontosauria and outside of Genosauria. And there we go. There's kind of a TLDR right there. We've got the oldest ornithischian dinosaur from Asia. Represents the earliest diverging ornithischian dinosaur from Asia. It suggests a potential relationship with species from Gondwana from the southern continents, even though it's from the north. In histological analysis, cutting the bones open and looking at the growth rings indicates that it was small in body size. It's not full grown, but it doesn't look like it's going to grow much more, is what they're saying. So cool stuff. Welcome to the world, Archaeocursor, or rather, welcome back to the world. About 190 million years later. Pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. Good stuff. And I'm sure there's already a Wikipedia article about it, right? There almost always is. Archaeocursor. Dinosaur Wikipedia really is one of the best parts of Wikipedia. One of the best edited, most comprehensive, most lovingly attended to. They've got an excellent article already. And this was just published a few days ago. Splendid. Yeah. Good stuff. Welcome back to the world, Archaeocursor. And Devolved says, what did the continents look like when the asteroid hit? Do they think the asteroid hit land, or had the Gulf of Mexico already formed? No, it hit the water, yeah. I can show you. So, here's Earth 200 million years ago. Let's fast forward to 66 million years ago. So, South America and Africa had already split and began drifting apart. India is still an island at this point. It is racing northward. Eventually it'll crash into mainland Asia and will help push up the Himalayan mountains. Australia is still way far south, like down near Antarctica. They've only recently split. Europe is still an archipelago of islands in kind of a shallow tropical sea. And North America has had the seaway partially recede right here, although I think this is probably incorrect. This is something that I learned on that field trip in North Dakota before SVP this past October, is that in North Dakota up here, at the very, very end of the Cretaceous, they still have marine strata up here. They still have marine sediments, rocks deposited at the bottom of the ocean. So we know that the seaway extended up into North Dakota at the very end of the Cretaceous. Maybe it receded for a while and then it advanced again, but we've got that from the end of the Cretaceous up here. So this is no longer accurate. Anyway, there's the crater for the Chicxulub impactor, the asteroid that hit right there. So it hit in the ocean, but basically above kind of a big fossil fuels deposit. Basically above like an oil field, I think at the time. I'm grossly oversimplifying. But when it hit, it was like a rocket flying into an ammunition dump. It just flew sky high. So that asteroid kind of hit in one of the worst possible places. And that's maybe one of the reasons why it was so devastating. Is it happened to hit something that would blow up and send all kinds of soot and detritus into the atmosphere to block out the sun. So yeah, does that make sense? I had no idea it landed on something like that. Man, dinosaurs were really unlucky. That's the thing, Petrodactylus, is if it hadn't happened in just that precise way, we wouldn't be here. You know? There would still be non-avian dinosaurs walking around. Very unlucky for them, but very lucky for us. So yeah. Yeah. It hit a bullseye that allowed us to be here. In a sense, Helvetica, yeah. Yeah. And it starts to make a bit more sense with... Well, here's another thing. Let me see if I can find the abstracts volume. Shoot. SVP 2024 abstract volume. There we go. So, new research done by Jim Kirkland. Here we go. Suggests that there may have been another asteroid impact kind of halfway through the age of dinosaurs that may have caused the extinction of some groups, but not all the dinosaurs. So the end of the Jurassic and the beginning of the Cretaceous, there may have been an asteroid impact there. It could be that asteroid impacts like this are huge and devastating and happen multiple times in Earth history. It might just be the one at the end of the Cretaceous was particularly unlucky for the dinosaurs. Here we go, let's see. So the transition between the Jurassic and the Cretaceous happened much quicker than background faunal change. Well, thank you, Golganak, for gifting Crimson Carnotaurs.
Golganak gifted a tier 1
suggesting a mass extinction event. A mega shield volcano at Shatsky Rise dates close to the Jurassic-Cretaceous boundary, and flood basalts are tied to other mass extinctions. South Africa's Morokwing impact, this big crater that's in South Africa that dates back to the end of the Jurassic period, is also a candidate for the driver of this faunal turnover. A massive impact into Precambrian continental crust would have had different environmental effects, than an impact into the coastal barrier reef system, such as the Cheeks Loop impact. That's the one at the end of the Cretaceous. So, it could be that at the end of the Jurassic period, this crater from South Africa might represent a big asteroid that hit and caused a biotic crisis. Caused the extinction of several groups of dinosaur. Not all the dinosaurs, but some of them. A lot of your classic Jurassic Age dinosaurs may have died out because of this. It would have been a really, really bad event on our planet Earth. Not enough to drive the dinosaurs completely into extinction, but enough to knock out several groups of them. Does that make sense? The Diplodocids, like Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus, may have been wiped out by this.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Off-kilter photo, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Moose, for the 100 bits. Lovely. I appreciate it, Moose. Thank you, thank you. We got a hype train going here. Well, well, well. Thank you, Golganek, Off Kilter Photo, and Moose for helping make that happen. Excellent. So anyway, yeah, this is cutting-edge stuff. So this is new research that was presented at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting back in October. End of October, beginning of November.
If you're feeling
this
a bit
year,
cheated,
this past year.
try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. So, yeah. Is the loss of the Morrison-style dinosaur assemblage linked to a giant field volcano in the Northwest Pacific's Shatsky Rise, or the Morokwing meteor impact in South Africa, or both? We'll be hearing more about this over the next few years, I think. And I'm excited to talk to Jim more about this live from the field this summer, now that this is out there. Now that it's public knowledge, I don't have to be as hush-hush about it. We can talk about it. It's exciting stuff. So yeah. And Moose says, as I recall, there's evidence of a large impact in Germany somewhere. So we do have lots of impact sites all over the world. Yeah. We know that there are objects impacting from outer space throughout Earth history, but sometimes they're more consequential than other times. Sometimes they might coincide with a period of climate change that's already taking place and already putting stresses on different ecosystems, and then you have an asteroid impact that occurs, and it's like a 1-2 punch. It might drive a bunch of species into extinction. Sometimes it hits in a particularly bad spot in order to be able to throw a bunch of dust or cause massive local wildfires or something like that. Sometimes, most of the time, like, it hits and nothing really happens.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Yeah, but sometimes it happens to be a Tier 3 asteroid impact. Might be particularly large and consequential, and might make a big difference, like that Tier 3 sub from Sothi. Thank you very much for the 29 months. I appreciate that, Sothi. Thank you for that. So yeah. I don't know. I'm excited to talk to Jim about this more in the field this summer. So yeah. Off Kilter Photo says, I've been meaning to come hang out here more. Happy to be here. I'm happy you're here too. Off Kilter Photo, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. Anywho, I'm glad we were able to cover this. Here is again a link to this press article here. And now, finally, we can talk about our UK dinosaur trackways that have been in the news. But first, let's play the fossil news stinger again real quick. There we go.
We're here in a quarry in North Oxfordshire trying to uncover these fantastic dinosaur footprints.
That is impressive. Holy cow.
Mud in a lagoon some dinosaurs walked through. They've left their prints behind and they've been preserved as rock and they've been exposed, and this gives us this fantastic opportunity to find out more about these ancient animals.
Beautiful.
Your traditional fossils are evidence of the death of that animal, and this is evidence of the life of that animal. It was actually...
So what he's talking about is the this distinction that we draw between body fossils and trace fossils. Body fossils are part of the carcass of that animal after it died. It might be bones or teeth or skin or whatever. It's a part of the actual critter after it has died. Trace fossils were made by the living animal. They are traces of the animal's behavior, whether that's the animal digging a nest or digging a burrow or leaving tooth marks on something or scratches or footprints in this case.
Walking across this mud. It's this unique...
So,
more about these ancient animals. Your traditional fossils are evidence
body
of
fossils.
The death of that animal, and this is evidence of the life of that animal. It was actually
trace
walking
fossils
across this mud. It's this unique glimpse into the life of these animals.
The largest trackways that we've got are from an animal called a sauropod.
Oh, Isunder, thank you for the 250 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Getting us closer to a level 2 hype train here with like a minute and a half left.
The largest trackways that we've got are from an animal called a sauropod, which is the herbivorous, long neck, long tail, large animals. And then we also have megalosaur tracks. So megalosaur is a theropod dinosaur, and they are bipedal, so they walk on 2 legs, carnivorous, meat-eating animals. So we've got a real ecosystem here. The footprint next to me here is the furthest back that we've got of the theropod, the megalosaur. So it actually goes in this direction, and we can trace mostly both the left and right footprints. A couple of them are missing, which is really bizarre. Presumably it stood on a rock that happened to be there. You know, there are so many ways you can interpret a missing footprint. Not much further on is...
It probably didn't jump. These are not animals that are probably capable of jumping. The big sauropod like this, you know, we're talking about an animal probably kind of like this guy. Walking along, not really a jumping kind of creature. Yeah.
Where this megalosaur track actually crosses over the sauropod trackway, and that's a really exciting interaction between the two animals. So I love to think of the body fossils that we have at the museum. Maybe could they possibly have come from this animal? Probably not, but it's possible.
Yeah, what are the odds? Not good odds that the animal's bones they have in the museum. There was more than one of these dinosaurs walking around over millions of years, you know? But it is a funny thought. I like that.
What's special about what we have here is just how big an area and just how many prints we've got. There are literally hundreds of individual footprints from at least 4 different types of dinosaur that we can see, and it's that extent that makes this place really, really special.
So behind me we've got lots of people working extremely hard. It's really important to digitize and document as much as we possibly can.
So we're taking close-up photographs, we're doing photogrammetry, also doing drone imaging to try and get the
digital
whole
models.
extent of the site. Because ultimately this will be reburied, so we won't be able to get access again. So we want to document as much as we can.
So this site is going to be destroyed, basically. I think this is probably, it was probably discovered because it was a construction project. They're probably building a Tesco or something. So they're trying to salvage whatever data they can get right now, you know?
In every way that we can. These kinds of sites are so rare, and to get so many prints, yeah, it absolutely is a dream come true for us.
I would say this is definitely the kind of thing that paleontologists dream of. The trackways that we've got here are extensive. As I say, they're more than one animal, but there are also more than one age of animal. So yeah, pretty much a dream.
Good stuff from University of Oxford there. University of Oxford happens to hold the first dinosaur fossils ever scientifically published, including the original Megalosaurus dennery here, Mini Pie. Look at that. Yeah, I actually emailed the folks at the museum at Oxford years ago in order to get the files to be able to print this, and it's been wonderful being able to use this for teaching purposes. Mini Pie. Yeah. You watch that tail. You don't knock my computer mouse off the desk. watch you break that, huh? Yeah. Lordy says Minnie finally got up from her 6-hour nap in my office. Good for you, Minnie Pie. Yeah, you're recharging there? Lordy, excellent stream, by the way. Can we get a shout out for Lordy here? Lordy, who had streamed, I don't know, about 2 years, then went on hiatus recently. She just did her first stream in months and months today. So we're starting 2025 off right. Lordy's back to streaming. She's got a new setup in her office. Today she was working on sewing a stingray. This one right here. And that was a ton of fun to see her work on this. It was super cool. So if you like sewing streams, if you like crafting, if you just like a chill place to hang out with cool people, go give Lordy a follow right now. She'll be doing a lot more stuff like this in the near future. Yeah, this is a weighted stingray. So it's like a weighted blanket. It's full of glass beads, so it's really heavy. And it's super cute. Lordy did almost finish it today. She'll be doing more stuff like this in the future, so give her a follow. And as part of her new office setup, Lordy's got a heated cat bed, and Minnie Pie apparently discovered that today and was sleeping on that for the better part of 6 hours. Just like it's like sticking your phone on a wireless charger, you know? You all charged up now, Minnie Pie? Yeah? Let's get you some treats, shall we? Would you like that? You want some treats, Minnie Pie? Oh, some good scritches. Good stuff. Here. Let's get you some treats, shall we? Why am I going over here? Is this something to be excited about? What is it? What? What is it? What is it? Could it be treats? Oh. Oh, yeah, look at that. Wait, this is not the right one. There we go. This is good stuff. Yeah, the open one. There we go. Nice. How's that, Minnie Pie? Yum, yum, yum. Better chew those up. There you go. That's some good crunching. Yeah. Dental treats. Muy deliciosa. Claro que sí. I'll see you later, Claire. Thanks for being here. I was not thinking that you could reverse the emote and do that. That's really funny, Golden Egg. I like that a lot. Good stuff. Did you get all the croaks? Did you get all of them? Yeah. Here, do you want some more? I'll give you a few more. Yeah. You like that, Minnie Pie? You want some more? Yeah. Here you go. 3 more. How's that? Yeah, there you go. no greenies on the wish list. Is that right, Hogan? Are there not? Should I put some more on there? Here we go.
Hi.
Are you paleontologying?
Trippy Spice, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. Let's add that to the paleontologizing wish list, shall we? There we go. Good stuff. Oh, thanks for being here, Mini Pie. I'll see you later, I guess. She's probably gonna go sleep on that heated cat bed again. Oh, Cosmic Seekin says, do we have any clues to the lifespan of an individual dinosaur? We can do that through what we call histology. This is something we talk about a lot on this channel.
Paleontologist.
So here is Holly here to talk about that.
Anomalies to them. These are often broken bones that haven't healed properly. So a lot
pathologies.
of times, if you go to any fossil dinosaur exhibit, if you look at the skeleton, sometimes you can actually see these on the ribs. And the ribs, you know, they will have broken, but then they won't have healed correctly, and so you get like this big knot of bone as they're not knit.
Anyway, talking about pathologies, but let's talk about histology here.
I actually have an example of that here. So let me pull out here. So this teeny tiny little bone is the cross section through a tibia, so the shin bone of a little polar dinosaur.
So that's probably Lialinosaur right there, or maybe Atlascopgosaurus, or maybe Fulguratherium, or something like that. Quantasaurus. They're probably all the same thing. They're probably all Lialinosaura.
A tibia, so the shin bone of a little polar dinosaur. This thin section is the same thing from a different individual. And so in the middle, like right here, that's the only part that looks like this. Everything else is crazy, disorganized bone that shouldn't be there. It's some sort of horrible injury gone wrong, and the bone is just growing everywhere. So this would have been really painful.
Pathology.
And this animal did not have a happy rest of his life.
Whoa.
That's not the clip I was trying to find. Sorry, I was trying to find you one with Holly explaining the concept of histology, how we can tell how old dinosaurs were when they died.
But I actually have some props because I was wondering if someone was going to be concerned that I was actually cutting a bone. So this is a Maiasaura, a duckbill dinosaur humerus. And so one of my graduate students is trying to figure out how the forearm of Maiasaura was growing. So he's done some histology on this. And the really cool thing is when you remove a piece of bone, you can make a mold and cast of that piece, which replicates the original in every way, every detail, and then you can reinsert that piece back into the bone.
Glue is cheap,
recently,
you know?
We have even more high-tech options like 3D scanning, which digitizes the specimen and the piece that you can take out, so you have a complete digital record of the bone. Some museums ask that we paint the cast and then reinsert it. So in this bone, this middle piece right here is the cast piece. So you can see how it looks really nice, just continuous. The only reason you could suspect it was a replica is just the two little cut lines there, but otherwise it fits back into the bone perfectly. So that's my first pitch for why you should let me do this. And the other reason is that we would have no idea about these dinosaurs, how old they were, sometimes if they were male or female, their growth rates, their growth curves, if we didn't look inside the bone.
So it's a really, really important method. It's called histology. So you take a section out, and then does she talk about that more here? She does.
I've been really lucky in getting to do this. Before I went to Australia, only one polar dinosaur from Australia had ever been histologically sectioned before. And I increased that sample to 12. So that doesn't sound like much, but for paleontology, that's a nice sample.
Yeah.
And then more recently, I've been looking at T-Rex. So I do have a prop here of, this is a slide of a juvenile T-Rex, the tibia.
That's probably Jane. Yeah.
All the brown is bone. And it started out as a block. So I take the bone, I embed it in a plastic resin. And then I take a thin slice out of that resin. The resin is basically there to keep the bone from crumbling. Then you glue it to a glass slide, you polish it down, and then it's so thin that light can pass through. You can put it on the microscope, and the picture I have up on the monitor behind me is actually a piece of dinosaur bone. So that's the process.
Really pretty when you put it under that polarized light.
All kinds of cool stuff, including, this is one of my favorites, this is a slice from a T-Rex femur. So I'm
super cool.
histologizing, I guess you could say, is that a new word? This big T-Rex femur, so that's so cool.
And so you can count the growth rings in that in order to figure out how old the animal was when it died. That's the basic idea. You can also tell how fast it was growing. You can tell some things about the animal's metabolism. You can maybe make some inferences about how healthy it was throughout its life. Is it getting enough food? What rates is it growing at different points of its lifetime? There's a lot of information that you can get out of this. So it is, I guess you could call it destructive sampling, because you are taking a chunk out of the bone. But the thing is, it's not like you're throwing it away afterward. You've got this beautiful specimen that you can re-examine, that you keep in the collections afterward.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
It's a really important
Our
method.
search has succeeded with their 3 co-explorers.
Lilith Obo, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Furry Photo says, I wonder if that's the similar process for those places that sell jewelry with dinosaur bones as inlays. I think in a lot of cases it's not actually dinosaur bone in there. It'll be other things. I don't know. Pretty much everyone that I've ever looked at that's supposed to be dinosaur bone is not actually dinosaur bone. It's fossil algae, or it's some sort of mineral. Sometimes they're coprolite, so it's fossilized dung. Yeah, I don't know. I would recommend not buying that kind of thing, because more often than not, it turns out to be a scam. So yeah. And stream was good. I'm glad to hear it, Lilith Obo. It's something called Never Winter Nights Enhanced Edition. Sounds cozy. I'm glad you had fun with it. Yeah. I want a ring made of coprolite. Let's go, says Petrodactylus. Well, that's the thing, is that usually when you buy coprolites at a rock shop, usually it's not coprolite. So, I don't know. I guess the point is, things that you purchase in rock shops, when you're trying to buy fossils, they're usually not as advertised. Usually it might not be the right word, but caveat emptor, buyer beware. That's the point. Anywho. I think Addicted to Captain Games had a question earlier. Much of a danger were wildfires to dinosaurs. Is there any evidence of ecosystems being wiped out from wildfires? Maybe not wiped out, but we do have lots of evidence of wildfires in certain environments. So here's a dinosaur, Borealipelta.
Underside.
Who, who had died and washed out to sea.
Growth, but also kind of cool process of decomposition called, wait for it, bloat and float.
Yeah. So this is a dinosaur that lived its life on land.
Belong to a larger group of herbivorous dinosaurs called ankylosaurs. Scientists have found their remains on most of the world's continents, and a lot of available sea for the armored dinosaurs to end up in. For
this
example,
one
take the notosaur
probably fell into a river, got washed out to sea. It's remarkably well preserved, just incredible. Anywho, and there's stomach
And
contents in there
delicate
too.
skin structures were spread out across the skull, neck, back, hips, and even its legs. Plus, many of the dinosaurs' osteoderms, along with other parts of the body, were coated in a dark gray material. This stuff has been identified as a kind of organic film, and it's loaded with the chemical traces and byproducts of keratin. Secretion and the
There we
whole
go.
bloat and float thing in the first place, we wouldn't have any clue what color this huge dinosaur was or what it ate. And that
Here's the
brings
part
us
that's
to
relevant.
a soccer ball-sized lump found in Borrelia pelta's abdominal cavity. In 2020, Royal Tyrrell paleontologist Caleb Brown and his colleagues recognized this lump as a cololite, which is a hunk of fossilized intestinal contents. Even though Borrelia pelta had ended up in a marine deposit, this cololite was loaded with bits and pieces of land plants. Fossil sites in other parts of Canada tell us that central Alberta was home to a wide variety of terrestrial plants in the early Cretaceous, with conifer forests dominating the landscape. But it doesn't look like Borrelia pelta was too keen on conifers. Leaf tissue makes up 88% of all the plant material that was identified inside the cololite, and the vast majority of those leaves came from ferns. Which is interesting, because scientists had always assumed that nodosaurs with their long, narrow snouts were picky eaters. Instead of chowing down on a mixed foliage indiscriminately, the dinosaurs would have carefully plucked their favorite plants. And Borrelia pelta's gut contents look like evidence of this.
Let's get to the
but
charcoal,
they also
though.
point to something surprising about
Here
the
we go.
environment that it lived in. Inside the cololite, the researchers discovered a few samples of charcoal that the dinosaur apparently swallowed. In fact, burned plant fragments represent 6% of the botanical material in the cololite, and perhaps that says something about Borrelia pelta's feeding behavior. Researchers think wildfires were quite common during the Cretaceous. When Borrelia pelta was alive, oxygen may have made up around 30% of Earth's atmosphere, compared to just 21% today. And when these natural disasters happen, ferns often bounce back faster than other plants do. For a brief period, ferns may actually dominate a post-fire landscape as the environment recovers.
So this is called a fern spike when this happens. If there's an environmental catastrophe like a volcanic eruption or maybe an asteroid impact or a big wildfire, all the plants might get wiped out, temporarily at least. They might go dormant for a while. Some of them might die outright. Some of them are just like really badly burned and then they start to grow back. Ferns are often the first thing to recover. Ferns often reproduce via spores, and those spores can drift around on the wind, and then they land on the ashes, and then there's some of the first plants to grow again after the catastrophe.
So if Borrelia pelta was a picky eater with a taste for ferns, then maybe the dinosaur was attracted to wildfire-stricken areas where these plants were thriving. Between the remnants of...
So there you go. I hope that answers your question there. And yeah, there was an ankylosaur. Wasn't it Anodontosaurus or something? In Prehistoric Planet, the source? Anodontosaurus. There we go.
The 2-ton ankylosaur. It also finds something worth eating after a fire. Charcoal. It will bind with many of the plant toxins in its stomach and neutralize them.
Yeah. I guess that's it for that clip, but yeah. Anywho. When I was doing fieldwork in the Hell Creek Formation or the Judith River Formation up in eastern and northern Montana, respectively, we found a lot of charcoal. A lot of charcoal in different areas. So wildfires would have been a natural part of this environment. Would have gone through every once in a while, cleared things out. There are a lot of different environments that kind of require, not require fire, but they're landscapes, ecosystems that have adapted to periodic fire like that as a way to kind of clear out the underbrush, make way for new plants to grow. And with that new plant growth, you can get new animals coming in to feed on it. And it just kind of helps keep things vibrant, and it provides a food source for lots of different species. Does that make sense? Thyreophorant tums. I love that Golganek, yeah. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus, yeah. That is a thing. When I was a kid, I grew up with Cocker Spaniels. Who are, anybody who's had Cocker Spaniels, kind of dog, you probably know that they are extremely food motivated. To the point where, like, they will... This particular dog, my little sister, Valentina, at one point, apparently she pushed a chair from the dining room into the kitchen, got up onto the chair, opened a drawer, got up onto the drawer, then climbed up onto the counter, pulled down a shopping bag from the counter onto the floor, and had a big birthday cake for my mom in it from the grocery store. A big plastic clamshell package. She opened the bag, opened the clamshell package, ate the whole chocolate cake. And she had to go to the veterinarian. When my mom got home, she said, "Holy cow, I need to take this dog to the vet right now." And they gave her something to induce vomiting, and they also made her ingest charcoal to help absorb the toxins in the chocolate. Theobromine and caffeine are two compounds in chocolate that are extremely harmful to dogs. The caffeine can elevate their heart rate and basically give a dog a heart attack. And theobromine is the particular compound it's particular to chocolate that's bad for dogs. And apparently the charcoal can help neutralize that. So certain animals, just instinctually, they know that they can ingest charcoal in order to help neutralize some of the toxins in their diet. Val didn't know that, but thankfully the veterinarian knew that. So yeah. For dogs, they use hydrogen peroxide for inducing vomiting. Interesting. I wasn't there at the time. I think I was at my dad's house that weekend. But that's really interesting, ZBrush Zookeeper. Hydrogen peroxide to induce vomiting. Huh. With toxins, veterinarians, oftentimes they give vitamin K shots too. Which is interesting, because vitamin K, which I think is the same thing as potassium, right? Right? Where did I hear this? That vitamin K is a name for potassium? Oh, potassium is a mineral and vitamin K isn't? Okay, I was told incorrectly. But I do remember that vitamin K is a fat-soluble vitamin. Unlike most vitamins that you might take as supplements, things like vitamin C is water-soluble. It's really, really difficult to, like, overdose on vitamin C. It's much easier to overdose on vitamin K because it's fat-soluble. But because it's fat-soluble, that makes it better for kind of like, you know, neutralizing fatty things that you might ingest. So yeah. And potassium is K on the periodic table. Oh! Okay, I can see where that misperception would come from. Talia, that's totally right. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. And Isolated said we had a Basenji that was very food motivated. He got into a whole. They got into a whole pan of brownies and had to be rushed to the vet. Got into a whole pan of brownies and had to rush him to the vet, and they gave him charcoal, so he was a he. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to get him to the vet there, Isolated. You gotta watch those Basenjis, because they're quiet. Famously, Basenjis don't bark. Yeah. Interesting. And vitamin K helps with blood clotting, among other things. Interesting, Miss Capricorn. Okay. Okay. But they do yodel? I have to look this up now. Basenji's yodel? Never heard of this before. Might be copyrighted music. Let's look at this instead.
Really?
Wow. Oh my goodness. One more time, one more time.
Really?
Oh, that's funny. Huh. Really interesting. It's not quite a howl. I can see why it would be called a yodel, you know? Huh. The dog we had before Valentina, my big sister, because my parents got her before they had me, her name was Sasha. I actually have a picture of her. Let me go get that. Here. Family photo album time. Yeah, this right here. This is my mom and my dad and me back when I was still just a larva at Lake Tahoe. This is when my parents were still together. Yeah, before they had me, they had Sasha. My mom did not give birth to Sasha, to be clear. But this is when she was still just a puppy. She was my big sister growing up. And, I don't really remember this, but I have been told that early on, when Sasha was younger, as a Cocker Spaniel, extremely food motivated, just food crazy. And she would get so excited for dinner time. And so my mom would do this thing where she would be about to, you know, put dog food into the bowl for Sasha. But she'd go, Sasha, Sasha, go woo woo, go woo woo. And Sasha would go, woo 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 woo. And she would have to do that before she got fed every day. And it was just a routine that they had. Yeah. Yeah, I miss Sasha, my big sister. Yeah. And Somnostra, thanks for redeeming that message effect. Then cool. Somnostra says, speaking of howling dogs, I have a question about dinosaur noises. I was watching a YouTube video which claimed to recreate accurate syrinx-less dinosaur noises. Syrinx with a Y at the front. But yeah, I know what you mean. How can we tell whether these are reputable recreations? There's only like 1 or 2 people I know of who are actually doing this from a scientific standpoint today. Shoot. What was his name? There's somebody who actually recreates the nasal passageways of dinosaurs, like hadrosaurs and then chylosaurs and stuff. In their skulls, we can actually find, like, you know, the patterns for those air passageways.
Sure.
And then you can use those to create a model that you push air through, and it creates a noise that is about as close as we can get to how these animals would have sounded. It doesn't have the soft tissue stuff in there, which I'm sure would change the aspect of that sound, but it's the best we can do based on fossil evidence, you know? Yeah. What is his name? YouTube search is not helping. Yeah. And Rhacodactylus is correct. Reputable recreations are still just our best guesses based on the currently available evidence. Yeah, because, again, we don't have the soft tissue stuff in there. Is it Christopher DiPiazza? It might be him. Shoot, that name rings a bell. I'm not totally sure that's him, though. Off-Kilter Photo says, what kind of outreach do you do, Danny? This is most of this big part of it right here is these Twitch streams. Off-Kilter Photo. If Dyson Dinosaur were here, he would know exactly who I'm talking about. Hang on. I don't know if that's... Shoot. Name is escaping me right now. But I can at least show you this old clip. There we go.
This is the crest of the new specimen of Parasaurolophus we recently found here in New Mexico. It's quite a large animal. The skull would have extended from here. This is about where the tip of the beak would have been, all the way back to the tip of the crest. This is close to about 6 feet in length. And when this animal inhaled, it would have drawn air in through its nostrils about here and pulled that air through the air chambers inside of the crest all the way down and then through here into the skull.
Indeed, this is Parasaurolophus.
Yeah. Crest CAT scanned at an Albuquerque hospital. This advanced X-ray machine allowed them to see inside the fossil without damaging it. The CAT scan produced a series of 350 cross-section images of the crest. But to make sense of these images, Tom Williamson needed more powerful computers than he had at the museum. He called on computer expert Carl Digert of Sandia Labs. Digert used his advanced imaging software to assemble the 350 two-dimensional slices into one three-dimensional.
This looks so quaint nowadays. This sort of thing is so much easier to do with just a desktop computer at home.
This is the end result.
Nowadays.
Our understanding of the internal plumbing diagram. This is the structure of the sinuses in Parasaurolophus.
That internal structure is much more complex than scientists had previously suspected. Instead of just one looping passageway, there are 3 main tubes.
So like with everything to do with dinosaurs, it turns out the reality is more complex and interesting and nuanced, you know?
After accurately mapping out the inside of the crest, the scientists measured the length of the tubes to determine what note the dinosaur would have sounded.
The length of the instrument sets the note that it plays at, the register, the high note or low note. This sounds at a first octave D, and that first octave D is determined by the length of this tube.
Dirter. Dirter.
Basically, sound worked the same 75 million years ago as it does today. So by measuring the length of his sinus passage, we know the note that he sounded.
Parasaurolophus would have created sound by breathing in through its nostrils, drawing the air through its crest, and then bellowing out of its mouth. But fossils almost never preserve soft tissue, so scientists don't know if Parasaurolophus had vocal organs. Without vocal cords, the dinosaur would have used the crest as a simple resonator, creating a low-frequency sound, similar to blowing air over the top of a bottle.
So that's the thing, though, is they probably did have vocal cords. You probably wouldn't go through the effort of evolving such a big, elaborate structure like that if it weren't to amplify something that you've already got, you know? At least that's my reasoning with this. Could be right or wrong, but I would imagine that they would have some sort of soft tissue vocal apparatus that this would have further enhanced. So would it sound just like blowing into a tube? Probably not. It was probably something even cooler than that, you know?
So I'd like to play for you now a sound that Parasaurolophus could have made.
For the first time in 75 million years, the crest roared back to life.
Well, the sound that we reconstructed, it was just something that we had never heard before, and it was a visceral sort of a sound. It's something that you would feel more than hear.
Really low frequency.
But if Parasaurolophus did have vocal organs, the dinosaur would have had a much greater range.
Yep.
It would have been able to vary pitch, resulting in sounds like these, which are more like bird calls. Once they discovered the basic crest sound, the scientists could use the computer to improvise what songs Parasaurolophus might have made. The computer playing the crest call is at the forefront of the information age. But the information it's using is prehistoric.
Yep.
The fossil
cool stuff.
Told us this sound. We didn't create this. This is as predicted from the anatomy, from the fossil record.
This haunting sound carries an ancient message to the scientists who breathed new life into the crest of Parasaurolophus.
Well, I suppose he's talking to us over 75 million years.
And what is Parasaurolophus saying? The scientists might want to ask the elephant, a modern animal who communicates everything from danger to desire with a low-frequency rumble.
Anyway, yeah, cool stuff. Here's a link to that documentary if you'd like the rest of it. And Crimson Carnotaurus says in some old books they would depict the long-crested Parasaurolophus walkeri and the short-crested Parasaurolophus cyrocristatus as females. Oh, walkeri as males, cyrocristatus as females. Yeah. Nowadays we recognize there's multiple species of Parasaurolophus, some of whom are separated in time. And I forget exactly how that falls out nowadays. But this summer, when I was in the field, using the satellite dish that I had, that whole setup, we were able to watch virtually a live talk of, I think, a PhD student who was defending his thesis on the crest of crests of Parasaurolophus, different species, trying to figure out what's going on. Which ones lived at the same time, which ones lived at other times, which ones are species differences as opposed to just individual differences or ontogenetic differences. It was cool stuff. It was really cool stuff. It was neat feeling like you're a part of history there. We're in the quarry digging up a new kind of iguanodontian dinosaur, and then we take a break to attend to somebody's thesis defense, trying to sort out what's going on with Parasaurolophus. It was a cool day. It was a lot of fun. Anyway. Yeah. Dear patronage, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. What was that right there? Okay. Let's get back to our dinosaur trackway from the UK, from Oxfordshire. We've got a BBC report on there.
Fossilised bones aren't the only way to study dinosaurs. Preserved footprints also offer clues to their prehistoric lives.
Along with other trace
some
fossils.
of the biggest trackways ever found in the UK have been discovered in Oxfordshire. Scientists hope it'll help them understand even more about how dinosaurs moved around. Our science editor, Rebecca Morell, reports.
Following
cool.
in the
Big
footsteps
theropod tracks.
of a Jurassic giant. This is where a dinosaur walked 166 million years ago. Its footprints revealing the comings and goings of a prehistoric world. But it wasn't alone. Different trackways crisscrossed this entire site.
Oscar
Jr.
Juniors.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Inch B.
Thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate that. Oscar Juniors, thank you for your support. Look, we're now more than halfway to our sub goal for the week. Excellent. Yeah.
But it wasn't alone. Different trackways crisscrossed this entire site. They were discovered on the floor of a limestone quarry in Oxfordshire by one of the workers.
So this is a quarry where they're digging up limestone to sell it. And so I guess eventually the company that owns this is going to dig up the footprints too and sell them, presumably. But it's good that we can at least have them scientifically documented first, you know?
What I was doing, basically clearing the clay, and I was hitting a hump.
So like
yeah,
this
yeah,
kind
it
of
was,
thing here?
as it turned out, it was this front bit I was hitting, and I thought it's just an abnormality in the ground, but then it got to another, about 3 meters long, it was hump again. And then it went another 3 meters, hump again.
So he's like, there's something going on here. I'm noticing a pattern. Clever guy.
And when I got out and examined it, it looked like footprints. And the weird thing about it was, when you sit there, it was like, I'm the first person to see them. Yeah, it was a bit...
Yeah?
Yeah, a bit of a tingling moment, really.
I think this is, I don't know, as an American, this is going to be kind of a weird take. I don't know. Maybe this is more obvious than I think it is, but some of the cleverest people I've met from the UK are the people who have very, very working class accents. You know, they don't have the proper Oxbridge accent. It's like, no, there's working people who are extraordinarily smart and like, there's just a savviness about them that, I don't know. I feel like as an American, we're not supposed to think that. You know, we're supposed to have this kind of curated media view that like, oh yeah, the people with the poshest accents are also, of course, the best educated, the most clever, the smartest people. It's like, oh boy. That's usually not the case.
Scientists, students, and volunteers.
There you go. Yeah.
They discovered about 200 footprints, some stretching for 150 meters, making it the largest track site ever found in the UK and one of the biggest in the world.
You're not wrong. Thank you, Alex
This is
Vixen.
the first trackway that was discovered here. It was made by a sauropod, a huge, long-necked dinosaur.
But the team quickly realised it wasn't the only one, and they found footprints from 2 more sauropods, as well as from a smaller meat-eating 2-legged dinosaur called a megalosaur. And they think that there are plenty more of these waiting to be discovered here.
Very cool.
The area was once a tropical lagoon, and the tracks were made as the dinosaurs walked across the mud. But something happened that stopped the footprints from being washed away.
And there you go, Alex Vixen, agreed.
That covered them up with sediment, perfectly preserving them.
So the really lovely thing about a dinosaur footprint, particularly if
There's Richard Butler there.
Is that it is a snapshot.
So, University of Birmingham, I'm almost certainly going to meet him in person next year if I go to SVP, because it's in Birmingham next year.
Shot in the life of the animal. You can learn things about how that animal moved.
And Crimson Carnothoris says the Scousers of Liverpool are treated as the butt of jokes in England. They're basically England's equivalent to the Deep South accent in the US. So, this is a thing, my first year in the field, working in the Hell Creek Formation of Montana, we had multiple volunteers fly in from around the world, including some people from the UK. And one of the people was from Liverpool, and she was constantly being teased by the other Brits who kept calling her a Scouser. And they're like, but better watch her, don't let her scouse the wheels off that truck. I guess scouse is meant, like, it's a synonym for to steal, to purloin, to nick. Anyway, she was not happy about this. But yeah, I don't know. Liverpool, I think, has had some tremendous contributions to world culture and history. The Beatles themselves, I think 4 of them were from Liverpool, right? Yeah, I think all of them except for Yoko, right? Wasn't the Titanic built in Liverpool too? Major port city. Maybe the Titanic being built there isn't necessarily an advertisement for the shipbuilding acumen of Liverpudlians, but I'm not. Oh, was it Belfast? Really? In Ireland? It was built in Belfast. Okay. Okay. Anyway, I'm the reason why we're talking about this is I can't help it. I'm fascinated by accents, by regional dialects. It's just really interesting stuff to me. And I, having worked under Denver Fowler, who's from near Manchester, I would hear his impressions of different accents and hear about archetypes of, what people are like from different parts of the UK, and I don't know. I know next to nothing about this, but I find it fascinating. That's what I'll say. Yeah. Yeah. What's the Titanic's connection to Liverpool? Was it on its way to Liverpool or something? RMS Titanic. Port of Registry was Liverpool. Okay. The offices of the White Star Line were in Liverpool. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Anywho, let's continue.
You can learn how fast it was moving. You can learn exactly what the environment that it was living in was like. So tracks give us a whole different set of information that you can't get from the bone fossil record.
We're coming up to a dinosaur crossroads. What you have here are footprints from a sauropod, and you can actually see as it pressed down into the mud how it created this ridge here. There is also a footprint from a smaller 2-legged meat-eating dinosaur called a megalosaur, and it was.
So, They're saying that it's a megalosaur because presumably these are from the like Middle Jurassic. They might be from the Oxfordian stage. I wouldn't be shocked if that were the case. In fact, I'd be surprised if it weren't. Like, how can you tell what specific group of theropods it's from if it's just a tridactyl dinosaur footprint? I think they're using context clues. If it's from the Middle Jurassic or maybe even the lower part of the Upper Jurassic period, the Oxfordian. I think the Oxfordian is named after Oxfordshire. Let's take a look. Yeah. Earliest age of the late Jurassic. The name is derived from the English city of Oxford, where the beds are well developed, but they crop out almost continuously from Dorset to the coast of Yorkshire, generally forming low, broad valleys. So maybe it is from the Oxfordian. Is Megalosaurus from the Oxfordian stage? No, it's from the Middle Jurassic. Huh. Okay, interesting. Well, presumably the reason why they're saying it's from a megalosaur is because... I'm presuming here that the rocks date from the Middle Jurassic, round about 165 million years ago. And these are the kinds of big theropods that you have at that time and place. You know, dinosaurs like this, like Megalosaurus. Anyhow, let's continue.
Is moving in this direction. The question is, which one walked through here first? And scientists think it was the sauropod, because you can see how the smaller megalosaur footprint slightly crushed down this ridge as it was walking through.
Huh.
At the Oxford University
Did you catch that?
Museum of Natural History.
That's actually really, really cool. So, trying to figure out who left these footprints first, the sauropod or the theropod. I'll let her explain it again.
Walked through here first, and scientists think it was the sauropod, because you can see how the smaller megalosaur footprint slightly crushed down this ridge as it was walking through.
Cool. Very, very cool. And Andrew Mumrick says it was hunting the sauropod? Who knows? It could have been days later that it happened to walk across the same mud flat. We don't know if it was hunting. In fact, there's no real indication here that it was hunting the sauropod. They just happened to cross paths, literally, maybe days apart. Who knows? Yeah.
At the Oxford University Museum of Natural History, a Megalosaurus specimen is one of the world's most important fossils.
Yes! We almost covered this on New Year's Eve. Here, I'll show you a little clip. Here.
Had already been found in other parts of the world, but no one had any idea what they were. In China, they gave rise to the myth of dragons. In Britain, they were thought to belong to a race of giant humans.
Well, Ellie, if there was one dinosaur specimen to rule them all, and this is it.
That's quite a claim. So how did they go from thinking that these were giant humans to discovering that they were dinosaurs?
There's a guy, Reverend William Buckland. He was a brilliant geologist and paleontologist and very well respected. He started to study these teeth. Now, if you look closely here, you have this tooth coming through. He recognized this as a replacement tooth. He realized that reptiles continue to replace their teeth. And he thought, well, instantly, this must be some huge extinct reptile. This was something completely new, an extinct animal which has not been recorded.
There's that lower jaw.
That's controversial
right
for a
there.
man at the cloth, then.
This must have challenged quite a lot of ideas for him at the time, because indeed this was something completely new.
So I like to bring this up as an example of why museums are so important. This is the original dinosaur published. Megalosaurus, 1824. William Buckland published this thing. And we still have that original dentary, that lower jaw with the tooth in it like that. This is why museums are so important. This idea that something could be dug up a couple hundred years ago, 200 years ago, in fact. Well, it was dug up more than 200 years ago. It was published 200 years ago, 1824. And you can still go and study this thing in the museum. It's that idea of continuity. Like, this is a really, really important object. We need to preserve it for the future, make sure that it doesn't get sold off. It's not in some private collection where it could be lost or sold or given away or, seized in a divorce or something like that. It's there held in the public trust. As long as organized human society exists, we will have these fossils protected there in those museums. That's the idea. Case in point, the system works, And I was able to email the museum at Oxford and get the files so I could 3D print this at home and use it for educational purposes. That's extraordinary, That is so cool. That is so cool.
Dinosaur. However, the term dinosaur had yet to be invented.
If I carefully move these around, you can see how big this animal is.
It's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, put this huge skull together.
Mm-hmm. Yowza, that's a big...
Good idea of the size of this beast.
Yeah.
That's immense.
Pretty fearsome predator.
And it's British too. Incredible.
It is British indeed. One of the quintessential English dinosaurs. And Salamander here, let me give you a link because this is delightful. Have you seen this before? All the clips with there's like, living dinosaurs scampering around, wreaking havoc. Yeah. Anyway, Megalosaurus. Really important.
Natural history. A Megalosaurus specimen is one of the world's most important fossils.
Megalosaurus was the first dinosaur ever named anywhere in the world. So this exact fossil, this is the real one in my hands, this fossil started all of the last 200 years of dinosaur science. The whole animal would have been between 6 and 9 meters in length, and in life this animal would have had these impressive serrated teeth all the way along its jawbone. These were agile, carnivorous predators. They were the largest predatory dinosaurs in the Jurassic period in Britain.
The future fate of the trackways hasn't yet been decided. The quarrying will go on here for several years. But paleontologists think there are more footprints, echoes of our prehistoric past, just waiting to be discovered. Becca.
Oh, man, shoot. If the UK had their stuff together, they would turn this into like a geoheritage park, Government would step in and will say, hey, we'll buy this land off of you. We'll turn this into a British dinosaur geoheritage location. We'll use this as a site. We'll build a museum here. We'll use this to educate the public. We'll make it a point of local pride. It'll bring in tourist dollars. We'll see. We'll see if that happens. Maybe there are some local MPs, members of parliament who are able to, maybe they'll lead the charge on this. Who knows? Maybe some forward-thinking people will make that happen. The fact that they're getting this much media coverage about this is really encouraging. I hope that people step in and try and preserve this site because it is something special, Yeah.
Morel, BBC News, Oxfordshire.
Well, let's speak to Richard Butler, research co-lead and Professor of Paleobiology at the University of Birmingham. Thank you very much for joining us. What was your reaction?
And I'm aware of that, Rahab.
Learned about this
Isn't that always the story, though?
Well, I got to see them a number of months before they were, we did the excavation. So when they were first discovered by one of the quarry workers,
And I thought this was just one of the most remarkable track sites I'd ever seen anywhere in the world. And then as we uncovered more and more of it last summer, it became more and more remarkable, and the sheer scale of it really became apparent.
Why does it matter?
So it matters because this is part of our shared history. Really, this is part of the history of the United Kingdom. And so these tracks formed 166 million years ago. They tell us about what life here, where we are today on this.
And Kendry, it's distinctive at least. Shoot. So I was talking about this the other day. Sometimes having a distinctive haircut, even if it's not, I don't know, just being distinctive enough is sometimes really cool and interesting. I brought this up the other day. You know the famous documentarian Ken Burns? He's got a pretty distinctive haircut, and he always has it. And you look at it and you go, hey, that's Ken Burns. I know that guy. He always looks like this. And you know what? Respect. Mad respect to that. He found his look. More power to him, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
Was like in the middle of
salute to Richard Butler there.
So we can reconstruct it. We can reconstruct the animals that lived there. We can understand more about how the world that we're in today came to be and what life was like deep in the past.
And why do you want to know more about how these giant creatures moved around?
So we have lots of information from bones of dinosaurs, lots of dinosaur skeletons, but they only tell us so much. So they are kind of a snapshot of the death of an animal. What tracks give us is a snapshot in the life of an animal. So they're an actual moment. One of the reasons they're so remarkable, when an animal walked over a surface that's been preserved in the fossil record remarkably for 166 million years. So we can take that and we can learn things we wouldn't be able to learn otherwise about how these animals walked, how they interacted, their behavior, and so on.
So it is really, really important from a scientific perspective, because again, trace fossils give you an insight into how these animals actually behaved while they were alive. It's not like a body fossil that was preserved after the death of the critter. This is a snapshot from its life. But beyond that, there is something deeply kind of wondrous about this. To be able to go to a spot where you know dinosaurs walked and walk in their footprints can be deeply moving for a human being. You know? Like, holy cow, a dinosaur walked here. Those are the tracks that it left. And it's preserved here over 100 million years later. That's something special. That is something very, very special. And I've been lucky enough to be able to visit many dinosaur trackways over the course of my life so far, and it is always a magical experience. If you ever have the chance to do that, I highly recommend you do it, because it is it's extraordinary.
The imaging used on this site, which helps bring all of this to life, how typical is its use?
I would say now it's becoming standard. So we use drones to image the site. We took something like 20,000 photographs. We have made already very detailed 3D photogrammetric models of the site. This is becoming the standard way that we would record these kind of sites. But actually, tracks were discovered very close to this area back in the 19...
Look at the office here. Hang on, I'm going to interrupt Richard Butler for a second. An Archaeopteryx here, the land unknown. That is super cool. I've got that same poster from the same movie in my office here. Same movie, different poster, but yeah, the land unknown right there. Again, respect. We've got several alerts that are actually from this film. Newer ones. But yeah. He's got a Smilodon skull. I've got one of those in my office too. A Diplodocid dinosaur. Looks like it might be bronze or similar. Got variations on the same theme here. A real sense of kinship, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
90s. Models of the site. This is becoming the standard way that we would record these
Megalania.
But actually,
Rahab Mahakala. That looks. I don't think that's Megalania. It looks more like an Ornithosuchian. I don't know, Sarcosuchus or something like that. It's a guess. It looks almost like a Mark Whitten painting.
Tracks were discovered very close to this area back in the 19.
Here, here, Mark Whitten, Ostosuchus maybe? Mandasuchus. That's it. Well, I'm impressed with myself actually. That I got that. Yeah. Well. Thank you. Thank you. Something about the landscape, the color palette, just the general feeling. It feels very Mark Whitten. By the way, Mark Whitten we featured one of his talks on stream on New Year's Eve. Here we go.
There are some, the concept itself has changed a bit over time. And there are other important things
Remember this?
in terms of giving the site some credibility. However, in terms of his actual consultancy role, Gowan Dawson, in his 2016 book, Show Me the Bone, concludes that from looking into lots of archives and lots of
Anywho, Mark Whitten here. Here's the man himself, who did this illustration, which is in the background of. There it is, right there. Yes.
90s, and we didn't have that technology, and so a lot of the data from those original discoveries has been lost. So, what we're able to do now, using kind of technology like drones, is make permanent records of the site, which will be used by scientists for we hope generations to come.
How do you preserve it? Can you?
And hang on, Naruk Thu1, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. They say, my 6-year-old nephew loves dinosaurs. Do you think he would like your stream, or would it be too much for him to follow? Well, shoot, you know him better than I do. I've just now heard of his existence. I'll tell you this. I used to teach younger kids. I used to teach pre-K. And when I first started here on Twitch, some of my first viewers were my pre-K students. Now I do this full-time, so I'm no longer teaching. It's been a dream come true to be able to do that. But the point is, some of the stuff that we talk about might be a bit advanced academically, scholastically, intellectually. But we try our very, very best here to make sure that this is all ages appropriate. So, no cursing, no, like, overtly adult themes or anything like that. It's a family-friendly broadcast, and if you've got a younger person in your life who is intensely interested in fossils and natural history, and dinosaurs in particular, they are 1,000,000% welcome here, and if they enjoy it, then they're perfectly welcome to watch. It's just whether or not you think they'd enjoy it, you know? But this is we strive to make this a safe environment for people of all ages. So yeah, it's up to you there, Narek. Yeah. This stream is good for learning, says Furry Photos. I appreciate you saying that, Furry Photos. Thank you. Yeah. I'll watch it with him sometime. Yeah, and if he has any questions, type them into the chat. I'll be more than happy to respond, and try and make things kind of on a 6-year-old's level, so that he gets the most out of it when I'm answering those questions. So yeah, thanks for asking. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Isolated says, I am 6 years old 4 times over. Wow. Isolated. Over the hill. And I've learned so much from this stream. I appreciate you saying that, Isolated. But yeah. And Rahab says, funny thing about that, I saw a study that found an interest in dinosaurs at a young age correlated to higher intelligence in adults. Yeah, I can show you that. The brain benefits of your child's dinosaur obsession. There's been a bit of scholarly work on this. Yeah. Here's a cool article about this if you'd like to read it. But kids who develop what we call intense interests at a young age, it turns out that's really, really good for development, it seems. When you're a kid and you're intensely interested in something like, I don't know, sharks, or outer space, or medieval history, or dinosaurs. Especially dinosaurs, it seems. There's a number of things that does for you as a kid. You're learning how to learn. You're kind of falling in love with the idea of learning. It means you're more likely to pick up books. You're more likely to focus for longer periods of time, to be disciplined in your pursuit of knowledge as a kid, you know? Like, I really want to learn about that. I'm going to strive for this. I'm going to maintain an interest in something for a long time. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to exercise my brain. And I'm going to learn things that the adults in my life, all the grown-ups around me, don't know. And that is a profoundly powerful feeling for a child. To be able to learn things and teach them to the grown-ups in your life. Think about how powerful that feels to a kid. It's a way to build confidence, to build a sense of self. It's a profound thing. It really is. So yeah. I hope that makes sense. So scientists call obsessions like Aaron's a kid in the story, an intense interest. Researchers don't know exactly what sparks them. The majority of parents can't pinpoint the moment or event that kicked off the kid's interest, but almost a third of all children have one at some point, typically between the ages of 2 and 6. Although, for some the interest lasts further into childhood, like for me, with dinosaurs. And while studies have shown that the most common interest is vehicles, planes, trains, and cars, the next most popular by a wide margin is dinosaurs. Yeah. A 2008 study found that sustained intense interest, particularly in conceptual domains like dinosaurs, can help children develop increased knowledge and persistence, a better attention span, and deeper information processing skills. In short, it makes them better learners and smarter kids. There's decades of research to back that up. 3 separate studies have found that older children with intense interests tend to be above average intelligence. A dinosaur obsession then can be a kid's way of taking in a new subject in a way that feels familiar to them, through the business of having fun. Asking questions, finding answers, and gaining expertise is the learning process in general, Jen says. Exploring a topic and mastering it is beneficial because that's how we form careers as adults. A kid's primary occupation is play, so they're going about their job of playing through the lens of this thing that they're interested in learning about. So yeah. Dinosaurs are wonderful for this kind of thing. And I think that's that's one of the ways in which paleontology, dinosaur paleontology, is really, really important for society at large. We go on about this all the time on this channel, but sometimes you'll hear cynical people ask, well, you know, what good is dinosaur paleontology? Should we really be spending money digging up old bones of dead animals? And these people are... I'm so sad for them. Like, you must lead such a miserable existence. I'm sorry. Where is the sense of wonder that you have? These are these remarkable creatures that lived tens of millions of years before we showed up. It's remarkable that we could know anything about them at all. Like, that in itself is wondrous and beautiful. That we can learn about these critters from so long ago. And at the same time, dinosaur paleontology has real tangible benefits for modern life. Think about it this way. So many kids go through a dinosaur phase early on, and that's kind of how they, like I said, learn to fall in love with learning. Think about all of the medical doctors, the engineers, the inventors, the scientists, the philosophers, the artists. All of these people who have these intellectual pursuits today, how many of them first fell in love with learning because of dinosaurs? There's a real non-zero chance that someday somebody's going to come up with a cure for cancer. And that will be somebody who first got interested in learning because of dinosaurs early on. You know? So in a way, dinosaur science might end up curing cancer. You got to think about these things in a holistic way, you know? Sometimes there's knock-on effects. Sometimes there's bonuses. There's spin-offs. Think about all of the inventions, things like, well, all of those spin-off inventions that came out of the space program. You know?
But those claws on the wings are once
And
again
Hugin,
invaluable.
thank you for the 22 months of support. I really appreciate that, Hugin. Thank you, thank you.
Science opens the doors to loving to both gain and share knowledge, as
Yep.
well as a way for the universe to know itself in the form of our brains.
True.
And once those floodgates open, there's no closing them.
I like to think that's the case, Hugin. Thank you for helping keep those floodgates open through your continued support. I appreciate that, Hugin. Thank you. Here, NASA spin-off technologies. Infrared ear thermometers, ventricular assist devices, LASIK surgery. Many of these are going to be things that directly benefited people here in chat. Cochlear implants, artificial limbs, light-emitting diodes, LEDs in medical therapies, invisible braces, scratch-resistant lenses, space blankets, 3D foods printing, aircraft anti-icing systems, highway safety, improved radial tires, chemical detection. All of these different things came out of funding the U.S. space program through NASA. As a direct result of science, funding science, making science a priority in American society, like during the space race. Go back one layer further than that, and just basic scientific research, not coming up with inventions, but just asking scientific questions, can help inspire people. It's stuff like this, you know? It's stuff like these dinosaur trackways out there in the UK. There will be kids who decide to go into science and end up making go into science or go into engineering or medicine or philosophy or whatever, and they end up making huge contributions to the world at large because they were inspired by visiting this fossil track site in the UK. You know? So yeah. This stuff is important, you know? It's really important.
They were the largest predatory dinosaurs in the Jurassic period in Britain.
Lots of dinosaurs, lots of dinosaur skeletons, but they only tell us so much. So they are kind of a snapshot of the death of an animal. What tracks give us is a snapshot in the life of an animal. So they're an actual moment, one of the reasons they're so remarkable, when an animal walked over a surface that's been preserved in the fossil record remarkably for 166 million years. So we can take that and we can learn things we wouldn't be able to learn otherwise about how these animals walked, how they interacted, their behavior, and so on.
Rhacodactylus says, sparking wonder and fostering curiosity pays lifelong dividends. But even if this kind of stuff doesn't have huge returns on investment, it's still worth encouraging because it's cool for its own sake. I totally agree with you there, Rhacodactylus. But, I don't know. The reason I'm saying this and making a big deal out of the practical benefits of dinosaur science is that I think if somebody recognizes that this stuff is cool for its own sake, then they're already convinced, you know? Say I'm talking to a member of Congress or something, you know? If they're the sort of person who recognizes the inherent value in learning and in stoking that sense of wonder, you know, I don't have to convince them. I'm thinking more about the people who go, oh, you know, what good is it real? I don't know why my congressman sounds like that, but, you know, you should probably have, like, a very refined accent. Anyway. It's the people who are worried about quarterly returns that I'm trying to convince, you know? And we can make a convincing case for them. The people who are already on board, I don't gotta worry about, you know? Yeah. We need to do marketing and advertising on the basis of what the ROIs are, returns on investment. Yeah. Oh, I hate that term, ROI, but yeah. Oh, but yeah, you're 1,000,000% right. I was perhaps clumsily trying to build out of that. Okay. No worries. Yeah. We're on the same page, Reiko, where we recognize that this stuff is important for its own sake, you know? Because we, as human beings, have been endowed with these incredible brains that allow us to explore the world around us and make sense of it, that drive us to make these discoveries, and that's a huge part of what being human is, you know? Like, we already recognize the value in that. But I think a lot of people have kind of, I don't know, economic forces tend to kind of give people a certain kind of brain poisoning.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Dinosaur Dave.
What kind of dinosaur should represent that? Also, have you heard Naza Ibrahim, PhD, is saying he's got even more Spinosaurus bones he's going to publish on this year?
Yeah.
Is 2025 going to be an excellent year for Spinosaurus? Yes.
Didn't he say the same exact thing for 2024? Dinosaur Dave? Yeah. Thank you for the 38 months of support. Now at tier 3, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for that. Holy cow. Yeah, Paul Sereno, kind of leading a rival team, has got some other Spinosaurus material from Niger. Potentially a new species of Spinosaurus. I saw his presentation at SVP. It's really exciting stuff. Presumably that will be published very soon. There's also going to be a National Geographic documentary. I don't think it's been announced yet, but we saw some clips at SVP during Paul Sereno's talk. it seems like they're ready for publication. The thing's probably sitting in press right now. So yeah, 2025 is going to be a big year for Spinosaurids. I'll be getting my own paper published this year too, on Spinosauridae as a family, as a group. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of Spinosaur stuff this year. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. So what do you think of the shareholders? Everybody's so worried about, you know, creating value for the shareholders. And it seems like nobody is worrying about, you know, how do we maybe feed some of those shareholders to crocodiles? Or other large sauropsids. They gotta eat, you know? Won't somebody think of the crocodiles? I don't know. Yeah. Anywho. Petrodactylus, yeah. Let's continue. Where were we? I think we were about here.
Go. So we can. This is part discovered by one of the quarry workers.
Here we go.
The quarrying will go on.
The largest predatory dinosaurs in the Jurassic period in Britain.
The future fate of the
Thank you, Reiko.
trackway hasn't yet been decided. The quarrying will go on here for several years. But paleontologists think there are more footprints, echoes of our prehistoric past, just waiting to be discovered. Rebecca Morrell, BBC News, Oxfordshire.
Okay.
Well, let's speak to Richard Butler, research co-lead and Professor of Paleobiology at the University of Birmingham. Thank you very much for joining us. What was your reaction when you learnt about this discovery?
Well, I got to see them a number of months before they were, we did the excavation. So when they were first discovered by one of the quarry workers, and I thought this was just one of the most remarkable track sites I'd ever seen anywhere in the world. And then as we uncovered more and more of it last summer, it became more and more remarkable, and the sheer scale of it really became apparent.
Why does it matter?
So it matters because this is part of our
again. I'm also rankled a little bit. I have my heckles raised by that question too. Somebody in the chat was saying that, like, what kind of a question is that? Why does it matter? There's so many better ways to phrase that. Like, we can give her the benefit of the doubt as to where she's coming from, the news anchor here. But what did she say? Why does it matter? Like, you could ask, why is this site so important? Tell me about the importance of this site, instead of, why does it matter? The
sheer scale of it really became apparent.
Why does it matter?
So it matters because...
Wrong tone,
This is part of our shared history, really. This is.
And I know real men grow beards. I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. It does feel very much like a prepared question, but it feels so almost hostile.
The history of the United Kingdom and so these tracks formed 166 million years ago. They tell us about what life here, where we are today on this island, was like.
There you go, Murph. Thank you. It does come across as dismissive, yeah.
So we can reconstruct the environment.
And Mayor of Space, that was you, yo. Why should we care about things? Why is stuff important? What good is passion or, human emotions? Positive things, are they really good?
Environment, we can reconstruct the animals that lived there. We can understand more about how the world that we're in today came to be and what life was like deep in the past.
And why do you want to know more about how these giant creatures moved around?
So we have lots of information from bones of dinosaurs, lots of dinosaur skeletons, but they only tell us so much. So they are kind of a snapshot the death of an animal. What tracks give us is a snapshot in the life of an animal. So they're an actual moment, one of the reasons they're so remarkable, when an animal walked over a surface that's been preserved in the fossil record remarkably for 166 million years. So we can take that and we can learn things we wouldn't be able to learn otherwise about how these animals walked, how they interacted, their behavior, and so on.
The imaging you...
I'm also a little bit bugged. I know that we've got our closed captions here, so it's not as bad as it could be. But this banner over the bottom right here is really distracting, and I wonder whose idea this was. It's obscuring so much of the screen, and like they could have put it at the very bottom and it would have been better, but it's up here like where some of the action is taking place. So like this brushing going on, this is obscuring part of it. It bugs me a little bit. And you know what? I betcha we'll look down at the comments, and I bet you other people, we'll see how far we have to go before we run into... There you go. There you go right there. Move the banner or we might be able to see something. Darn, those dinosaurs are massive. Not as big as that banner, though. Can someone tell the BBC to make the footprints smaller? They're in the way of the banner. The largest footprints discovered deserved the largest banner possible. Well played. Please enlarge the banner. I could almost see the footprints that were the focus of the video. Apparently not a single person involved in the editing of this video cared about whether the dinosaur footprint footage was actually showing the footprints. Yeah, there you go, Reiko, yeah.
That we can learn things we wouldn't be able to learn otherwise about how these animals walked, how they interacted, their behavior, and so on.
The imaging used on this site, which helps bring all of this to life, I mean, how typical is its use?
I would say now it's becoming standard. So we use drones to...
and they go to airspace, yeah. Yeah.
We took something like 20,000 photographs. We have made already very detailed 3D photogrammetric models of the site. This is becoming the standard way that we would record these kind of sites. But actually, tracks were discovered very close to this area back in the 1990s, and we didn't have that technology. And so a lot of the data from those original discoveries has been lost. So
Rankadactylus says, I'm getting big Mike Wazowski vibes, uncovering up the important things worth seeing. Yeah. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. 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 And Elizabeth says, so they did use photogrammetry? Yeah. Yeah, photogrammetry is just taking photos of the site and then using a program to stitch them together. Yeah. Yeah. Business shriek.
What we're able to do now, using kind of technology like drones, is make permanent records of the site, which will be used by scientists for we hope, generations to come.
How do you preserve it? Can you?
Well, so it's still an active working quarry, and it will be an active working quarry for some time. So there's ongoing discussions between ourselves and the quarry operators who've been very, very supportive of everything we've been doing.
Good for them.
And Natural England about the future of the site. It may not be possible to preserve it in its current form, but we will have that permanent digital record, and that allows us to study the track far into the future. It also allows us to share it with the public. So whatever happens to the physical site, we will have that digital record.
Professor Richard Butler from the University of Birmingham, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Very, very cool. Here is a link to that news story right here. And I think there was one more from Sky News. We'll see if that's any good.
Producing a fossil hard as rock.
Albatra, thank you for the 6 months.
They are impossible
Appreciate
to calculate.
Thank you, thank you.
On top of that, to actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of
the long shot. Albatra, thank you for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Oh, another one from BBC.
This is a dinosaur footprint made 166 million years ago. And so far, 200 prints have been found in a quarry in Oxfordshire. Now, it's the biggest dinosaur trackway site ever discovered in the UK. And Rebecca Morell has been taking a look.
Very cool. Rahab Mahakala wants to know, do they still make plaster casts of the footprints these days? Usually they're, yeah. They might be plaster or they might be resin, but they'll usually use polyurethane, rubber essentially, to make a mold of it, and then they can make a cast using that. You'll probably see some footage of that in here.
Following in the footsteps of a Jurassic giant. This is where a dinosaur walked 166 million years ago. But it wasn't alone. Different trackways crisscrossed this entire site.
Very cool stuff. Crimson Carnotaurus wants to know if I've worked on fossil trackways. And I have. Not trackways, but like individual tracks. In 2018, I worked with Giulio Panacci, one of Dave Verricchio's grad students at the time. We'll be interviewing Dave next week on Friday. But yeah, we were discovering and collecting loose dinosaur tracks. Sometimes you get what we call a positive track. So like after the dinosaur walked along a substrate and left footprints, sometimes those footprints get covered in, they get filled up by another kind of material, sand or mud, and then that material might be harder than the underlying trackway. So like over time, that stuff gets eroded away, and the positive replica of it, like a cast of the dinosaur's foot, is preserved. And then that might still exist today. We can collect it. So I collected a bunch of those with Giulio back in 2018. In the Middle Cretaceous Frontier Formation. How old are those rocks? Here. Frontier Formation. Late Cretaceous. Okay. Yeah. What's the particular stage or epoch? Cenomanian to Coniacian. Okay. So there's some of it in Dinosaur National Monument there. Yeah, there's not a lot of dinosaur body fossils known from the Frontier Formation, but there are a lot of footprints known. And so I was right up on the Continental Divide, on the Montana-Idaho border. We were at like 9,000 feet elevation up there. And found a bunch of footprints. And it was, we were out there for about 4 days. Yeah. Yeah. And Uncool Football 5-3 says the dinosaur extinction is closer to now than those footprints? Than the ones in the UK? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. 166 million years ago puts them in the Middle Jurassic period. So, yeah. Gives you some sense for how long the age of dinosaurs is. In our time chart here, we're up here today at 0 million years ago. The extinction of the dinosaurs, except for a handful of birds, is 66 million years ago here, at the end of the Cretaceous. These tracks are from the Middle Jurassic, maybe like Calovian stage, maybe even earlier, like the Bathonian, I'm not sure. But anyway, there's more time in between those tracks and the extinction at the end of the Cretaceous than there is between the extinction and us. How wild is that? Pretty cool. Yeah. Anyhow.
They were discovered on the floor of a limestone quarry in Oxfordshire by one of the workers.
So I was doing basically clearing the clay, and I was hitting a hump.
So like
yeah,
this
yeah,
thing
it was,
here?
as it turned out, it was this front.
Oh, we already saw some of this footage. Some of this is
when I got out and
repackaged.
examined it, it looked like footprints. And the weird thing about it was, when you sit there, it was like I'm the first person to see them. Yeah, it was a bit of a tingling moment, really.
It really is. Holy cow. Sometimes there's just this... It's almost indescribable when you find something like this. It's like, I am the first living thing to see this in 100 million years. It's really like a wondrous feeling of smallness. In the same way that you can look up at the night sky and look at stars that are light years away. And you just kind of drink in the vastness of the universe. In the same way, you can look back in time here and feel that same wondrous feeling of smallness. It's really something.
The summer dig revealed 200 footprints stretching for 150 metres, making it the largest track site ever found in the UK and one of the biggest in the world.
Very cool.
The trackways were made by two types of dinosaurs, large plant-eating sauropods and a smaller two-legged dinosaur called a megalosaurus. They lived in a tropical...
It's not necessarily Megalosaurus per se, but it's probably a member of that family. Megalosauridae. So we could call it a megalosaur. Probably shouldn't call it Megalosaurus because we don't know it's Megalosaurus specifically.
Lagoon, but the footprints were covered with sediment, perfectly preserving them.
So the really lovely thing about a dinosaur footprint, particularly if you have a trackway, is that it is a snapshot in the life of the animal. You can learn things about how that animal moved. You can learn exactly what the environment that it was living in was like. So tracks give us a whole different set of information that you can't get from the bone fossil record.
We're coming up to a dinosaur crossroads. What you have here
How cool is that?
From...
So yeah, you've got the sauropod walking this way, and then look, beautiful theropod track right there. This guy's walking this way. There's another track, there's another one. Almost looks like this one might intersect with the sauropod track. Right there. Looks like maybe another one right there.
A sauropod. And you can actually see as it pressed down into the mud how it created this ridge here. There is also a footprint from a smaller two-legged meat-eating dinosaur called a megalosaur, and it was moving in this direction. The question is, which one walked through here first? And scientists think it was a sauropod, because you can...
And Petrodactylus says, blows my mind that footprints can exist on the ground for so long. These weren't here on the surface. The reason that these still exist is they were buried. And this is an active quarry where they were digging things up, and they had to clear away all that rock to expose the footprints there. So you would have had to have had a facies change here. So we're really lucky in the sense that these animals walked across probably a mud flat and left their footprints. That mud dried out. And then it got buried by a different kind of material. Maybe by a sand or something like that that was softer. And so you dig through that sand and you find the harder layer underneath. You know, that ancient mud. And you got the trackway. Does that make sense? So it's not like this was sitting exposed for a long time. It was buried, and this is very carefully excavated.
You can see how the
clearing the clay. There you go, Alex Fixon. Yeah.
Footprint slightly crushed down this ridge as it was walking through.
At the Oxford University Museum.
Yeah, I think we already saw this, didn't we? Yeah, this is the same one from the other video. And now we got one from
Researchers have uncovered 200 dinosaur footprints dating back 166 million years. 4 of the tracks belong to plant-eating dinosaurs, with the 5th belonging to a 9-metre-long predator known as a megalosaurus. A worker at a quarry in England uncovered the tracks after discovering unusual bumps in the ground. Paleontologist Dr. Emma Nichols worked on the find in an Oxfordshire quarry and says it's one of the largest dinosaur trackways in the world.
Gary Johnson, now retired actually, quarry worker, found some...
Big salute to Gary Johnson there.
These huge 90 centimetre long bowls, and got in touch with Oxford University Museum of Natural History with myself. I'm the collections manager for vertebrate paleontology, so I look after the dinosaurs. And myself and my colleague Duncan Murdoch went along to have a look. And then together with Richard Butler and Kirsty Edgar from the University of Birmingham, we put together this 100-person strong team to excavate as many prints as we could. And we uncovered nearly 200 prints over 7 days. It was an absolutely incredible
Mira Space says, always take it seriously when you discover unusual bumps. Wise words. Wise words.
What does it say that there were so many prints in such good condition in this area?
So there are two different types of prints, and they're going to be there for different reasons. So one of the types of print was made by a herbivorous dinosaur called a sauropod. The particular one is probably an animal called Cetiosaurus. Sauropods are those massive four-legged herbivores with the really long necks and the really long tails. And there are, of the 200 prints, they form 5 different trackways, and 4 of those were made by these sauropods of different sizes, actually, so possibly of different age Cetosauruses. Possibly representing a different animal that we don't know about. But anyway, they will have been walking across this mud flat, clearly going somewhere. There's not really vegetation to be eaten on a mud flat, so they were going somewhere. The other type of print, the 5th trackway, is very exciting. So that was made by a carnivorous dinosaur, a predator called Megalosaurus. And Megalosaurus is special for lots of reasons.
We don't know if it was Megalosaurus per se. There's only ever been one, like, associated skeleton of Megalosaurus ever found. So yeah, saying it's a megalosaur, like, okay, that's a decent guess. Like, maybe it is. Megalosaurus? I think that's a little bit, I don't know. I may be being a tad bit pedantic here, but it's probably not, I don't know. We can't say that it's Megalosaurus, you know?
That I don't have time to go into. But it was the first named dinosaur anywhere in the world. So this animal is where dinosaur science began, and it was named in 1824. And we were digging up Megalosaurus trackways in 2024. So we were digging them up in the bicentenary, the 200th anniversary of the naming of Megalosaurus.
Yep.
And the reason that
Very
animal
cool.
was there, I imagine, was that it was following the herbivores.
Well, probably finding his lunch.
Exactly.
Tell me, why is this such an incredible and exciting discovery?
So the tracks that have been found link up to an area previously known for footprints called Ardley Quarry. And that's a really important site because it shows, again, 2 different types of animal, the sauropod and the theropod that I've just mentioned. And it's really well known scientifically because of its importance. It shows different things like the Megalosaurus speeding up, starting to run, and then slowing down again. But that was excavated in the 90s, and the digitization techniques from the 90s are very different to what we've got now. So not only, and they're not accessible anymore, so not only are these prints really exciting because they link up to those prints that are really quite geographically far away in terms of an animal, but it forms the same trackway. But also we're now able to digitize those prints to keep them in perpetuity. And because of the size of the trackways, what we've got now is the largest dinosaur trackway in the UK and probably the top 5 largest dinosaur trackways in the world.
Yeah, that's amazing. What does that tell us about this area and the ecosystem here 166 odd million years ago?
It actually tells us quite a lot, but it's not just the dinosaurs that reveal information. So the dinosaur
need a bigger printer. There you go, Rabbit Hole. Yeah.
What kind of dinosaurs were there? It tells us about this potential prey-predator dynamic, but also there are other things going on. So the depth of the prints, the way that the prints are preserved, tell us about the environment. So if you imagine yourself walking along dry sand compared to wet sand, the footprint you leave behind is going to be very different. So we can actually tell that these animals were walking across a muddy, a mud flat, a wet mud flat, and there was a shallow inland sea very close by. And the reason that we know that is because the footprints have been infilled very rapidly by sediment from that sea. And the reason that we know that's how they were preserved so well, and the reason that we know it was marine is because that water, that sediment, has sea creatures in it. So small shelly animals from the sea are actually inside these dinosaur footprints.
Wow. So what's going to happen to these prints?
Well, that's a great question. So at the moment, they are still accessible, not to the public. It's a working quarry, but they are still accessible to the scientific team, myself and my colleagues. And so we are continuing to study them. In the future, there's a question mark. We don't know what's going to happen to them. But Mark Stanway, the quarry manager, and Smith's Bletchington, which is the company that own the quarry, are really excited about the trackways. They're really enthused, and they feel very proud of them, and that's very clear to us. And so we're actually working with them and Natural England to try and work out what can be done to preserve them in the future.
Very cool. Well, here's hoping that the quarry owners realize the importance of what they have here. This could be one of the coolest natural history sites in Britain. They've got an opportunity to preserve this for all time. People of the British Isles, I think they should do it. We'll see what happens. Yeah. We'll see what happens. And XVR and Wombat Hole, we need a bigger printer. Yeah, shoot, if those files do become available, it would be really cool to print some of them, yeah. I just downloaded a couple of other dinosaur tracks last week off of Sketchfab, and I am going to be printing those before too long, so that'll be neat. Yeah. So there we go. We'll probably cover more of that later as more stuff comes out on it, but it's Thursday. It's Thursday Birds Day right now. I think we should go ahead and get into Thursday Birds Day. What do you think, chat? I think without further ado, let's get it started up.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day!
Happy Thursday Birds Day, everybody. I'm sure we've got some wonderful bird pictures to go over, so let's jump right in, shall we? We're going to start off here with one from the Mayor of Space. My nephews have a friendly interaction with this polite bird at the Detroit Zoo Aviary. What is this? It almost looks like a plover. Very unafraid. Like, it's a very confident bird. You gotta respect that, you know? Yeah. Very cool, Mayor Space. I'm not sure who that is, but they're very cool. Yeah. Now, Blue Tongue Ferret says it's a plover. Let's look up plovers on our Tree of Life here. Take a gander at that family of birds. Birds be cool as heck, I tell you what. That's the BBG gem. I agree. Let's look at the plovers. Or plovers, as people in the UK might say. Apparently there's multiple clades? Huh. Waders, gulls, sandpipers, and more. Oh, there's only 369 species to look at. I'm sure we can find it. There's a golden plover. Well... So, black head, white neck, black throat, black breast, brown back. I'm not sure who that is, but if anybody wants to comment on it, we would be indebted to you. I don't think I have time to find it, but thank you, Mayor Space, for posting it. Nice mystery bird here. Good stuff. Sibley's got a great egret. Ardea alba. Yes, indeed. I love Ardeas. Such cool birds. On the hunt. Great egrets are a conservation success story. Are they, Sibley? I didn't know that. Were they threatened at one point? Huh. Cool. People think of them as wading birds. They think of them as feeding mostly on fishes and stuff. But birds like this love hanging out in fields, eating gophers, lizards, voles, beetles, whatever they can catch. They're pretty crafty birds. They're very adaptable, you know? Very nice, Sibley. Let's see. Very nice. So they're going to be closer to our Pelecaniformes, right? Venus Ardea, the herons and their friends. Herons and allies. There we go. Herons. Yeah, herons and egrets. Ardeae. Okay, they're related to ibises. And then, yeah, Pelecaniformes. What did I tell you? Yeah. Good stuff. Oh, and Mayor Space, you found it. A spur-winged lapwing. Ms. Yvette was saying lapwing earlier. There might not be a dash. Let's see. There is a dash. I don't know. It didn't search properly. It's spur-winged lapwing. There we go. Yeah, very nice. That's it. Vanellus spinosus. Very cool, Mayor Space. Very cool. Well done. Yeah. And well done, Ms. Yvette. Good ID there. Yeah. So, lapwings. Excellent. Oh, well, well. Very nice. So we were in the right neighborhood. I wonder if lapwings are actually a clade, or if... Here, plovers, ibisbill, oyster catchers, dotterels. The lapwings are a clade, genus Vanellus. Wow, wow, wow. Very cool. Yeah. So let's add a different emoji here. There we go. We figured it out. Nice. All right, and Ms. Yvette has got an Australian kookaburra. Well, well, well. Doing some hard time there, it looks like. What is he in for? Something heinous, no doubt. Kookaburras like this are, they're the world's largest kingfishers. So... there we go. So they are very much predatory birds. They'll eat all kinds of smaller vertebrate animals. They're here with... oh, I didn't know how many species of kookaburra there were. Wow. Shovel-billed, hook-billed, kingfisher. But yeah, they are a kind of kingfisher. Zoom a little bit further out. Got the other kingfishers. 93 living species of kingfisher. The kookaburra, the laughing kookaburra, the largest among them. But yeah, they'll eat snakes, they'll eat spiders, they'll eat... that's a big spider right there, holy cow. They'll eat other birds. If you have a very, very small child, they'll probably eat that. So keep your very small children inside, where the kookaburras can't get them in Australia. Probably it would make sense to have larger children. Normal-sized, or, you know... don't breed tiny children in Australia, or kookaburras will eat them. Is that photoshopped? Well, the red circle is, certainly. Yeah. But yeah, they'll eat birds, they'll eat fishes. Oh boy. Yeah, there's a parakeet. Some kind of psittaciform bird. They'll eat snakes. They'll eat rabbits. That wasn't a rabbit, but they'll eat rats. Yeah, kookaburras are, you can see why sometimes they have to be locked away, you know? Yeah. Nazun says, red circles are a crucial part of the kingfisher's diet. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Kookaburras, says Charcone, yeah. Yeah. And CMH3 Studio says, any advice for my son who just got his BS in biology? Emphasis in field biology and ecology? On finding his first job in the field? Ooh, boy. In my experience, finding a job after you've studied a subject is largely dependent on just making connections, you know? If he can go and present some... oh, hang on.
They were terrible lizards.
Ranger Cleric, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate that very much.
Happy.
Thank you very much for those 1,000 bits, Ranger Cleric, and Happy New Year to you, too. Appreciate your support. Yeah, advice for people just out of school looking for jobs. Networking. I kind of hate that term sometimes, networking, because it just feels so, like, mercenary. But, yeah. The more connections he's able to make, the easier it'll be to find a job. And sometimes, like, if he has the wherewithal to do it, if he can do some volunteering with an organization, doing some volunteering for field work or lab work or museum work or something like that. So many times, like, getting hired, it's so much easier if you know people, and if they know you, and they trust you, and they know that you do good work. They'll sometimes hire you without even a job listing being put out, you know? sometimes they'll say, yeah, we have an opening over here. Come join us. Yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. I hope that helps a little bit. CM H3 Studio. It might not be the most novel advice, but what you know often ends up being, backwards. Who you know often ends up being so much more important than what you know. What your degree is, what your qualifications are, that kind of thing. Yeah. Satless says, Happy New Year, Indiana Bones. Thank you, Satless. And Happy New Year to you, too. Welcome back, and,
That belongs in a museum!
Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff, Ms. Yvette. Thank you for posting. Yeah. And, let's see. Jail, no. Criminal. There we go. Yeah. And Petrodactylus agrees. Getting to know people who are in the industry you want to be in can do wonders, regardless of the career path. Yeah. The reason why I got out of unemployment from my last contract was because I knew people in a different studio and they helped me out. There you go. It's the connections that you make that end up being essential in the end. Yeah. Yeah. Rex McCrancis agrees. Yeah. Oh, I almost cruised right past these from Thing. We were visited by a blue jay. We don't often see them this time of year. That's so cool. We don't have blue jays where I live. We've got scrub jays and Steller's jays instead. Very cool. Very nice thing. Is that some corn? Is that like an ear of corn out? It looks like it, yeah. Very corny. And is that a suet feeder up there? You got quite the setup. That's really nice thing. Very cool. There we go. Nice. Yes to both. Awesome. Yeah. I was really happy that for Christmas, Lordy and Ios got me a got me one of these. It looks a lot like this anyway, but a bird feeder pole with a baffle on it so that I could put up my smart bird feeder again, the one with the camera on it, and it'll keep the rats off of it, because we had a rat that kept visiting the feeder and stealing the seeds out of it at night. And that rat has not been back, but neither of the birds yet. I put it up on Christmas Day, and I'm still waiting for the birds to discover the feeder. And I don't think... Nothing yet, no. So yeah. But yeah, no birds, also no rats. So far it's a success, I would say. We'll eventually get some birds there, and I can show you them on stream using the camera on the feeder. Anyway, cool stuff thing. Really cool that you got a blue jay there. This time, yeah. Jay Court says, birds that I photographed during my trip to Monterey back in October. Ooh, that looks like a double-crested cormorant, perhaps. Either that or a Brandt's cormorant. Oh, there we go. Brandt's cormorants, just outside of Monterey Bay Aquarium. Nice. And a California quail in the backyard of our Airbnb. That's our state bird here.
No sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
It's true, Tactile 3D Picture. Thank you for helping me avoid extinction myself for the past 7 months. Thanks to your support. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You got two of our coolest birds in California, Jay Quartz. Cormorants are always fun to watch. It's so cool to see them dive under the water and pursue fishes underneath the surface. And then California quails, our state bird. Beautiful critter, you know? Yeah. We have an embarrassment of bird riches in California. There's so many cool birds that live here. To the point where other states claim our birds as their own state birds. But that's a story for another time. Jay Quartz, very nice. Very, very nice. And Dinosaur Dave has got... What's this? Ooh. Are those swallows of some kind? That's my guess. Who are those? Pelicans. White pelicans. And who are those big guys? Probably some kind of big parrot or something. Like you get down there in Straya. Very nice. And what else have we got? Yeah. Pelicans. Maybe not a white pelican. Maybe a different kind of pelican? I don't know. Lovely. Huh. Lovely stuff. Dinosaur Dave. Wagtails? That must be the big guys I saw flying around. Pelicans, a duck, and some other seabirds flapping about. Lovely stuff. Dinosaur Dave, thank you for a posting. Excellent. We don't have a pelican emoji. Okay. But good stuff. Good stuff. Alexander Morrison has got a black vulture in flight over my home. Very cool. No music or video this time, recovering from the seasonal sickness and a sore body. I'm sorry to hear that, Alexander, but this is cool. Food? Trash? I don't know what? What could this be? You know what I think it is. You know what I think it is. I want to believe that that vulture is feeding upon extraterrestrial craft over your home. Look at how blurry the photo is. It has to be a UFO. Again, look at the blurriness. Here, we're going to want to zoom in and enhance. Look at that. Look at the indistinctness. Look at how the pixels are not very sharp. Very characteristic of a space alien craft. I don't make the rules. It's just how it works, you know? Yeah. You might want to keep that under your hat, Alexander Morrison. You don't have people showing up. Beautiful photos, though. Look at that. Black vulture. Very cool. We're so lucky to have these New World vultures in North America. They're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. Yeah. There you go, isolated, yeah. Good stuff. Canyonero Boy. He's got an old pic from the San Diego Zoo. Looks like a rose-crowned fruit dove. I'm almost ashamed to say as a vegetarian, but that sounds delicious. It looks like a rose-crowned fruit dove, but Crayola pigeon sounds better. That sounds even more delicious. Rose-crowned fruit dove. They have that in lemon, maybe? Oh, very cool. That looks almost exactly the... Yeah. That's our bird there. Very nice. Where are they from? Let's see. Southern Indonesia, Northern Australia, and Eastern Australia. Lovely. Super cool, Canyonero Boy. Super cool. Thanks for posting. Rose, crown, fruit, dove, crayon. And Charcone, short, sweet, and to the point. Red-shouldered hawk. More like cold-shouldered hawk. He does not look happy with us. Lovely, Charcone. Lovely. Red-shouldered hawks, I didn't realize how widespread they were. People submit them all the time on Thursday Birds Day. I would see them in the Presidio in San Francisco when I worked there. And I thought they were really special and rare. And it turns out they're more widespread than I realized. But they're very cool. They like to hang out in foresty areas more than red-tailed hawks do. Red-tailed hawks, I think, prefer more open environments. Red-shouldered hawks like to hang out in the trees, under the canopy. Eating little mammals on the forest floor. I think they go after frogs and stuff, too. They like to hang out near water, if I remember correctly. Red-shouldered hawk. Very cool. Very nice. Very nice indeed. It had a mate hanging out in the same tree that flew off when I took a pic, says Charcone. That's probably why, yeah. 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 And Miss Capri Kelsa's chicken on the baby bald eagles. Oh, very cool. What channel is this? Window to Wildlife. Well, that's a follow from me right there. Very nice. Super cool. This, of course, is our national bird here in the United States. Just fills you with patriotic pride, doesn't it? The bald eagle, Heliatus leucocephalus. Symbol of America. I love the double camera setup here. This is really cool. And the dynamism there, too. It must be on a pole or something that's moving, or maybe the tree is blowing in the breeze. There does appear to be some wind when the feathers are being ruffled like that. That's super neat. Yeah. Very cool. Thanks for introducing us there, Miss Capri Kel. Appreciate that. Very nice. Huh. Our national anthem really has changed now. You know, they all sound the same, isolated. And you have a sub. Did you gift me a sub in that channel? Huh. Continue sub. Gift a sub. Oh, cool. Well, was that you, Miss Capri Cal? Thank you for that. I was going to thank you in the chat, but I don't think you're there in the chat. That's okay. I appreciate you, Miss Capri. Thank you very, very much.
The most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet. The dinosaurs.
Yes, indeed. Spicy Purple, thank you for the follow. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. So I think Sir David is absolutely right about that. Thanks for following, Spicy Purple. Appreciate you. Very cool. And Ice Alan, you've got bald eagles near you? That's super neat. I'm all jealous. And Neverwinter says that's a turkey vulture. Able to hold its wings in a dihedral V shape. It did look kind of like a lighter colored head, almost like the... Yeah. Anyway. Cool stuff. Neverwinter's got Barry the Barred Owl. Sorry, Barry the Barred Owl. Strix Avaria. From my trip to Central Park in New York City in May 2021. R.I.P. Barry. Oh. R.I.P. indeed. Yeah, some flowers there. Wait, was this the owl that was an escapee in Central Park? No, that was like a Eurasian eagle owl or something, right? I forget. But anyway, Neverwinter, very cool. Thanks for sharing Barry with us. Wombat Hole says, why the Australian Air Force has a kangaroo and not a wedge-tailed eagle as a mascot is facepalm worthy. Yeah, it's not even a bird. Does the Australian Air Force spend most of its time on the ground and sometimes hops around a little bit? Then maybe it is a worthy mascot. And Spartan says a house finch, or possible house sparrow outsider, was keeping an eye out for the more brown-black sparrow mafia who tries to control our feeders. I love some bird drama. That's lovely. Very, very like sprightly pose on that house finch. Yeah, very alert. Another member of this non-mafia group, they tend to be more solitary. House finches are neat. Here. Yeah. Binoculars emoji? That's unfortunate. Anyway. Yeah. Oh! 3D print is just completed. Well, well, well. We've got a piece of our Tyrannosaurus skull now finished. I can set that going again later. I want to finish these out because we've got just a few birds left, including the largest bird. Suavorio says, here's my contribution to Thursday Birds Day. I saw these a couple months ago, and I did get bit because I was so excited to feed them, but it was worth it. I think about them too often. Oh, is that a rhea? It might not be an ostrich. Let's look. That looks like a rhea. And you know how I can tell? Here. How can you tell that's a rhea and not an ostrich? Anybody know? How can we tell that this is a South American rhea and not an African ostrich? Because of the way it is, says P-Bounds. True, but more specifically. Nearspace says because it would be 3 times bigger. It could be a young ostrich. There's a telltale toe, TBG, TBBGJAEM. Yeah. Ostriches have got 2 toes on each foot. Rheas have 3. Yeah. Here. Hind limbs. So, ostrich, hind limbs. They've got 2 toes on each foot. There we go. Oh, you can see that here. Yeah. 2 toes on each foot. But a rhea has got 3. Man, not a lot of good images here. Anyway, you trust me on it. You can look it up, it's true. Very nice. Yeah. Bad reaction. 3. Good stuff. What about an emu? Emus also have 3, as do cassowaries. I think ostriches are the only rat type that's got 2 toes. And that's our last one. Well, well, well. An excellent Thursday Birds Day, everybody. Thank you for your participation, for your birds. Excellent. Good stuff. Good stuff. C-Film says, is that a young emu? No, young emus look different. Yeah. So the juveniles have got this stripy pattern like that. And then as they start to get bigger, they start to look more like emus. Like adult emus. But yeah, very different looking than a rhea. Anywho. Good stuff. Well, I think we've had a pretty excellent stream today. What do you think? I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. I learned some things. It's really cool to hear about those dinosaur tracks in the UK. Cool to learn about this new ornithischian dinosaur from China. Yeah. But this is not our last stream of the week. Not this week. I am going to be streaming again tomorrow. A special Friday stream. I'm going to be playing video games, or a video game, with iOS tomorrow. Like we did a few weeks ago, we're going to be playing the game Indiana Jones and the Big Circle. I'm looking forward to it. It was a lot of fun. And I'm going to continue it. So how this is going to work is I'm going to start late tomorrow, probably around 5 or 6 p.m. my time, California time. We'll talk for a little bit, probably about Roy Chapman Andrews and the Central Asiatic expeditions, the inspiration for the fictional Indiana Jones character. It's almost certainly Roy Chapman Andrews. We'll talk about that. And then when we've got a good number of people here, I'll raid into iOS's channel. And I will walk upstairs, because iOS's office is directly above my office here. And I'll be joining her for that game. It's going to be a ton of fun. And we're helping her with her partner push. She is almost at 75 average concurrent 75 average concurrent viewers. Out of everybody I know on Twitch, I think she deserves partner. Of everybody I know who doesn't have partner, Ios absolutely deserves it. And it would be great to be able to bring her to the partner lounge at TwitchCon this year. So anyway, got a lot of reasons why Ios should be partner. We're going to try and make that happen. So I hope you'll join me for a late stream tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. But until then, it's time to wrap things up here. So let's put some credits over our Archaeopteryx and find somebody else to raid right now. And I'm going to go have some dinner. Who is live right now? Kind of slim pickings today. Let's go right into Window to Wildlife. Window to Wildlife. Excellent. And we'll... Oh! There's a baby eagles. We'll go check them out. Everybody, thank you so much for a wonderful week. Wonderful stream. Wonderful week. I'll be back tomorrow for a late stream. Thank you to everybody here in our credits.
What you doing?
New followers, raiders, cheerers, gifters, subscribers, resubscribers, and moderators. Thank you for everything that you do for this community. I appreciate you. I was going to say I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, but I'll tell you that tomorrow. When I see you then. Take care, everybody, and